Then, Satan firmly pressed her lips against mine.
Ew, ew, ew!
Sit down and straighten out your legs.
Excuse me? What the frick? We're in a CD shop! Ma'am, this is a Radio Shack, hello?
I was at a loss about what to do, so I opted to subtly examine Beamy's expression.
I freaking knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Why am I right when I'm not supposed to be?
Staring at me at point-blank range, Senna...
I freaking... Gosh! Dang it! Ah! Why?
I brought her in close and wrapped my arms around her quite forcefully.
Ew! Ew! Ew!
And what I saw was something beyond imagination. I felt a warm sensation on my fingertip, and when I looked down to see what it was...
No! No!
How's it going, everybody? HoodlaMutt here, back with some more Chaos Head Noah. And last time we finished all of the negative delusions. This time we're working on the positive delusions. And once we get through this, we'll be done with Chaos Head. We'll be done with it. I can move on to Chaos Child. We can get out of this. I said I was gonna do all the positive and negative delusions, so that's what I'm gonna do. I just didn't realize how long it was gonna take, gosh. But yeah, so we're not gonna waste any more time, other than saying that the negative delusions were kind of fun. Some of them probably would have messed me up when I was going through the game the first time, but going through it now that I know how everything's supposed to be, you know, and that it doesn't really affect anything, it's kind of just like, whatever, so... but I dread the positive delusions, for obvious reasons, although apparently in the negative delusions I was able to get some stuff that I didn't really want to be involved with either, so I guess it doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative, it could be loot either way. But, without wasting any more time, let's just get into this, shall we? Okay, this is one I never clicked positive for, and I'm not ready for it. It's when she wants a drink, and, gosh, I don't think I did positive. I hope I did already, but I don't think I did. So here we go.
Is there nothing but cola in here? You could have at least gotten some milk tea for me or something.
How should I have known that you'd be here?
Well, whatever. Cola it is, I guess.
Surprise, freaking surprise. She went ahead and did as she pleased. There's this thing called permission, you know. She grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge, one I had already drank from, no less. And after only a second of hesitation, she cracked it open and gulped it down. I'm afraid. I think I've done this one already. Please tell me I have. I did, thank God. Oh, thank God, thank God. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. I did the wrong thing, but it still stopped me, I guess, because I guess I technically haven't seen this delusion, like this part of the delusion. I haven't seen where he says, wait, no, that's not correct. So I guess I'll read this real quick. Wait, that doesn't add up. Is that all he says? Oh yeah, that was it. He just says, wait. Okay. They just didn't want me to miss that one frame. Okay, yeah, this is where Yua chases us across the street, so I guess we'll see what the positive one is. Shocked, I took a step back. On the other side of the crosswalk, standing among the crowd, waiting for the light to change, was the girl. And to make matters worse, the gaze beyond those glasses was clearly pointed straight at me. She didn't even try to look away. Her eyes were so intense. It was as if they were urging me to do something. Okay. I fear. We've already seen you as lewd one, right? So there can't be two. There couldn't possibly be two. Right? The pedestrian signal turned green. Girl A and the rest of the crowd started walking forward. Is it going to be like a traditional, like, anime trope of him like bumping into her and them being like, oh no, is that what they're gonna do? She was coming my way. I couldn't move. I was absolutely petrified. She didn't look away from me, not even for a second. She just kept drawing closer and closer until she stopped right in front of me. My instincts were telling me to run, yet for some reason, I couldn't move an inch. It felt like my consciousness had left my body. The girl reached her hand into her jacket, aiming for one of her inner pockets. Her motions seemed deliberate, as if she wanted me to see what she was doing. Was she going for a knife? A pistol? A stun gun? Maybe I just watched too much TV, but I had a bad feeling that I just couldn't shake.
You.
Girl A began to whisper something. The gaze deep beneath her glasses was unflinching. She'd been staring straight into my eyes for what felt like an eternity.
Dropped this earlier.
Huh? She held out something to me. A student ID.
I found it at the internet cafe earlier. Thank goodness I was able to catch up to you.
I took the ID without much thought. The second I opened it, I saw my own name and photo. The ID was mine.
You're Nishijo Takumi-kun, right?
Her expression, which had been stone cold until just a second ago, was now beginning to relax a little.
I'm really sorry. I ended up taking a quick peek inside. I'm also a student at your school. It's nice to meet you.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Guess my paranoia had been screwing with me after all, huh?
By the way, Nishijo-kun, are you seeing anyone?
Not at all.
Really? Then, would you like to go out with me?
The flag! It's time for my new life as a normie to finally begin!
I suddenly snapped out of it. The pedestrian signal, which I thought had turned green, was still red. And girl A, who should have been right in front of me, was now back on the other side of the street. Had that all been just a delusion? This time, the pedestrian signal actually turned green. All the pedestrians started crossing at once. I couldn't move. And girl A didn't move either. She just stood there, staring me down from a distance. We were the only ones standing still, as if time had frozen for just the two of us. Why was the girl in glasses not crossing the street? Why was she just standing there? It was strange. Really, really strange. I needed to stay away from her. And then that's got to be it, right? Yeah, there we go. Right. Okay, so yeah, this is when we find out that she's actually against us. I don't think I did positive here. I think I only ever did neutral and then the negative one in the past, so. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something about this scene was really nagging at me. And that thing was the ghetto froggies. Characters that were popular with high school girls. But I'd seen those exact ones before, hadn't I? Where, though? Oh, that's right. Nanami had one attached to her cell phone. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, it was perfectly normal. What did I think was so strange about it? I was just paranoid over nothing. I'm so stupid. Nanami did say that ghetto froggies were super popular with high school girls. So really, it should come as no surprise that Yua had some too. Yup, nothing out of the ordinary here. Not even slightly. Sometimes, having such a big imagination really sucked. And with how terrifying my delusions could be, it got so much worse.
Nishijo-kun?
Yua was looking at me, tilting her head in confusion. Not knowing how to reply, I just forced a smile. Those are really popular nowadays, aren't they? Those ghetto froggies. Huh? What kind of reaction was that? Why had her expression turned so stiff? Had I said something wrong? All I'd done was mention the ghetto froggies as a conversation starter. Nothing else. So then, why? Why had her smile, that gentle smile she'd had this entire time, suddenly vanished? Why did she hang her head, as if she didn't want to look at me? I couldn't tell what kind of expression she was making anymore. It all gave me a terrible feeling I just couldn't shake. When I'd first laid eyes on those 3 ghetto froggies hanging from her bag, I'd been hit by a massive sense of deja vu. Looking back, I guess my instincts were right. I had seen those 3 ghetto froggies somewhere before, and now that I'd mentioned them, Yua was freaking out. Suspicion slowly crept through my head until it completely took over my mind. I wanted to trust Yua, but I didn't know if I should.
Oh, Nishijo-kun. You've also heard about ghetto froggies. I see.
Her voice lacked even the least bit of composure.
They really are popular, aren't they? I mean, I don't really find them, that cute, but some friends started giving them to me, and before I knew it, I already had 3 of them.
The more Yua spun her tale, the more artificial it felt. She wasn't looking at me. She didn't even try to. Her smile was gone, even though until that very moment, she'd been so gentle, so sweet. I started to feel dead inside. Please, don't say any more, I begged inside my head.
Would you like a closer look?
Yua reached out for her bag, trying to take the ghetto froggy straps off of it.
Wait just a moment, please.
Her hands were trembling. She frantically tried to pull them off of her bag, but they just wouldn't budge.
This is strange. Why aren't they coming off? Are they tangled or something?
Yua pulled on the straps a bit too hard, causing the bag to fall off the bench. The bag was unzipped, so all of her notebooks and textbooks spilled out onto the ground.
Oh, silly me. I'm all over the place today.
Just a few minutes ago, I might have even thought of Yua's ditziness as moe, but at the present moment, I was just frozen in place. And that was because one of the fallen notebooks had flipped open. Tons of notes and newspaper snippets were scattered across the ground. I think that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Right, and I don't think I ever did positive for this either, because I always thought I was like, the nurses were gonna do something, right? So let's see if I was right about that. My first physician had been some senile professor who was supposed to have some authority in the field, but I'd only ever seen him a few times, and after that someone else had taken over. A student of his or something. Although, despite calling himself the other guy's student, he hadn't been particularly young. To be honest, he'd looked pretty old. The night before, I was reminded of something that Dr. Takashina, had said. This hospital isn't just for physical injuries, but also for mental ones. I hated hospitals, but that doctor had been very nice. He'd left a good impression on me, and I thought he was a good person. Well, even then, I'd still thoroughly fooled all of the adults to the very end. That is, except Dr. Takashina. He'd seen through it all, and he was the one that declared me completely recovered. If I can get him to examine me. I wondered what he'd say if he learned that I'd become an otaku freak. Nah, there was no way he'd remember me after all this time.
Okay, let's see. I do believe we did not do this one, right? No, we have not.
It didn't take long for me to be called into the examination room. I'd expected to be waiting there for quite a while, but I guess I was wrong. Why had there been so many people in the lobby then? Maybe they were being paid to sit there just to make it look busy. It was a different examination room than the one from 4 years ago, but when I stepped inside, I was welcomed with a face I remembered dearly.
Hey there, Nishijo-kun.
Dr. Takashina rose to his feet with a familiar smile, then reached his hand out to me. Realizing he was searching for a handshake, I hurriedly reciprocated.
It's so delightful seeing you again. Well, I suppose delightful might be a strange way of putting it. After all, you must be having a really hard time for you to be coming back here again.
Despite it being 4 years since we'd last seen each other, he was incredibly friendly. My slight nervousness that I'd been struggling with was eased in seconds.
So, what brings you here today?
He gestured for me to sit down, so I did. Likely due to all of the tension melting away, I told him everything about what had happened to me, and what might happen to me in the future. I stumbled over my words many times, probably because I wasn't used to talking so much, but Dr. Takashina didn't rush me. He listened to me intently with a serious look on his face, while offering occasional interjections to make sure I knew he was following. Of course, I also told him everything about Yua and the demon girl. I considered that doing so might be dangerous, but right now, he was the only person I could rely on.
Well then, that should be enough for me to tell you what's wrong.
After hearing everything I had to say, Dr. Takashina pondered for a moment, then began to speak.
Nothing. You are perfectly normal. There's nothing wrong with you at all.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Those were the words I wanted to hear more than anything. I dragged myself to the hospital for the sole purpose of hearing them. I was scared that he'd tell me there was something wrong with me, and I had no idea what I would have done if he had. But getting checked out by Dr. Takashina had been the right choice after all.
Rather, the one who may have something wrong with her is that girl you mentioned, Kusunoki-san. It's difficult to judge from your story alone, but that girl may be suffering from some kind of mental disability.
A nice little foreshadow. there is a real possibility that she will take actions that will endanger you. As such, we ought to inform the police as soon as possible. Huh? The police? True, that was probably the safest option. He was right. There had to be something wrong with Yua. She was completely insane. The thought of her stalking me again sent shivers down my spine. Of course, I intend to take full responsibility for your safety. Looking at me with a powerful, reassuring gaze, Dr. Takashina clapped his hand on my shoulder encouragingly. He even handed me his business card, complete with his phone number. If any problems occur, do not hesitate to contact me at any time. I'll be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just give me a call, and I'll be there in a jiffy. Huh? Are you sure? Absolutely. You needn't even ask. I am your primary physician, after all. I was on the verge of tears. I was truly grateful to be under his care. From the bottom of my heart. Doctors as good as him were hard to find nowadays. Regarding the demon girl, it would be best to report her as well, don't you think? Nishijo-kun, the girl you saw must be the true culprit of New Gen. There's no mistaking it. You carry an incredible witness testimony. That's so funny. So it's like if I was playing this the first time around, I'd been like, wait, what? Where'd that come from? Because he's just talking about the true culprit of New Gen. Where'd that? I guess technically, though, we told him the whole story. So I guess technically that was part of it. So maybe it wasn't like a stretch for him to just say that out of nowhere. But yeah, I guess. Dr. Takashina seemed somewhat excited, but you couldn't tell from his tone. As always, he spoke calmly. Those cases will be all resolved thanks to you, Nishijo-kun. You're the hero of Shibuya! I feel beyond honored to be standing here before you at this very moment. I was a hero? This wasn't ESO. There was no way someone like me could be a hero. No way in heck. But when I imagined it, my face just about broke into a grin. Middle school girls, high school girls, college girls, MILFs, all of them would be screaming my name and how much they loved me. I'd be renowned all over the world as one of the most charismatic people to ever live. Being a TV celebrity sounded cool and all, but I didn't want to appear in front of people, so I'd create a startup company instead. Then I'd become a hugely charismatic boss, making the big bucks. I'd be surrounded by a harem of beautiful secretaries, serving my every need. And of course, I'd trip all their flags and make them go crazy over me. I'd have a high-rise apartment in Roppongi, and hire a bunch of cute maids. It'd be like my own personal maid cafe. Of course, I'd be indulging in the endlessly passionate nightly services. JK! Just kidding. I won at life. Funny that the whole idea of the concept of a hero coming up was right here, because he ends up saying that he's not a hero later, so it's kind of interesting foreshadowing before it actually ever even gets talked about, really. I abruptly came back to my senses, only to find myself sitting on a sofa in the lobby. Unable to grasp what exactly was going on, I frantically looked around the room. Beside me was a hunched-over old lady. Her eyes were covered in wrinkles, so I couldn't tell whether she was asleep or awake. I took a look at the clock above the reception desk, and I saw that I'd been waiting in the lobby for a full hour. Had that all been just a dream? I hadn't slept last night, so had I dozed off while waiting? How glorious it would be if that dream was actually real. Talk about disappointing. In the end, I found myself waiting for another 2 hours before my name was finally called. When I entered the examination room, it almost felt like the same events I'd seen in that dream were happening again. Dr. Takashina even appeared almost exactly like he had in the dream. It was probably just that he'd barely changed since the last time I saw him 4 years ago. But this time, he didn't rise from his seat, nor did he offer to shake my hand. "How can I help you today?" And unlike my dream, he didn't seem especially happy to see me again. Well, I'm Nishijo. Ah, yes. Introductions are probably in order. My name is Dr. Takashina. It's a pleasure to meet you. He bowed his head cheerfully. I was lost for words. It's a pleasure to meet you? That was what he just said. He'd completely forgotten me. I shouldn't be surprised. It'd been 4 years after all. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. No, geez, not here. There's certain ones I avoided on purpose. Man. Okay. Oh, shoot, I didn't read that. I'll read it here and then add it in.
Taki, you're amazing for going to the hospital even though you hate going outside. I've been thinking this for a while now, but you're actually super duper strong, aren't you, Taki?
Seira animatedly moved about in my delusion. Her cute voice chirped for me.
I really love how strong you are. Also, Taki, you know you don't sleepwalk, right? I watch you every day, so of course I'd know. I'm a gosh darn Taki expert. You can't let those 3D girls trick ya. Besides, you've got me here, righto? Let's spend time in that container house again. Just the two of us, you big dum-dum. Seira-tan. You're so cute, Seira-tan. She really was my ideal waifu. There wasn't a single woman better than her. 3D? The heck was that? I want to go home already. I want to go home and have Seira-tan welcome me back with a smile. Wait for me. Okay, Seira-tan? I'll be coming home soon.
Oh no, frick.
You don't have to go home.
What do you mean?
You know, since I've come to get ya.
An incredibly realistic whisper reached my ears. It felt almost like something was poking my cheek. I slowly opened my eyes.
Whoa! Dude, she's real!
Morning, you big dum-dum.
Beside the bed stood Seira-tan, pre-transformation, Amanogawa Seira version. And she certainly wasn't at 1/8 scale. She was life-sized, and she was moving, smoothly. With a gulp, I sat up, then reached out to try and poke Seira-tan's breasts. Dude, frick off.
Ah!
Gosh dang it!
Whoa! They were squishy. Voluptuous. I hate this. She's no figure. She's the real deal. Seira-tan has joined the realm of 3D.
None, Shetty. This is 2D, of course.
Wait, it is? Even though they're so squishy? Bro.
It's 2D squishiness, silly.
I didn't get what she meant, but as long as they were squishy, it wasn't like anything else mattered.
I realized I'd touched her breasts out of sheer surprise, and I rapidly grew embarrassed.
Get me out of this.
The life-size Saraton was insanely cute. So moe I could die. And most important of all, she was real. Thanks to that, the bashfulness that came from me touching her breasts, and the fear of her potentially hating me for it, had become much stronger. I'm sorry, Saraton. I don't mind if it's you, Taki.
Gosh darn it.
Really?
Yeah. Though, I'd get real steamed if anyone else did something like that to me. Especially guys like Susumu. If that guy ever tries to grab me, I'll smash his patootie right to the moon with my bat. Shh. Quiet now. If you're too loud, the nice nurse lady might find us.
Saraton must have been being mindful of the world outside of the curtain. Without making a sound, she then took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and then on top of me. What? Almost saying something out loud again, I hurriedly covered my mouth. Saraton was straddling me.
Gosh darn it, I don't want to read this!
Her bare panties underneath her skirt were pressing against my crotch. This was bad. My Johnson was about to go berserk. Saraton drew her face close to mine. A sweet aroma filtered into my nose. So that was how Saraton smelled.
Hey, Taki. I've got an idea. You should become 2D too.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you're still 3D, aren't ya? So, I'm gonna make you 2D just like me. Sound good?
Can you really do that?
Of course I can. Besides, it feels super good.
I could hear the sounds of nurses hurriedly walking about, as well as the voices of doctors examining other patients. We were in a place separated only by a single curtain. If that curtain were opened, we'd get found out for sure. That heart-pounding thought, combined with the taboo nature of doing something like this in a hospital, I was getting lightheaded. And to think, I was committing such obscene acts with my number one waifu. So this is what bliss is. All other thoughts had been pushed out of my mind. And so, in response to everything Saraton said, I nodded.
Now that's the spirit. That's what I love about you, Taki.
Then, Saraton firmly pressed her lips against mine.
Ew, 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 gross. Gross, dude. Ew.
She was so soft. Was this the softness of 2D? Was it more soft than the real thing? This sudden borderline H scene turned my thoughts into pure spaghetti. I had no idea what the heck I should be doing. Then, in the face of my bewilderment, Saraton pushed her tongue between my lips, encroaching upon my mouth.
Please! Stop! Is this the Saraton freaking lewd scene? Gosh!
It felt so good. I started to feel dizzy. To think a kiss would feel this amazing. I wanted her seductive, swirling tongue to violate my mouth forever. My arms wrapped around her waist. She was very thin, since she was 2D and all. Flat as a board, and yet squishy and voluptuous at the same time. Wasn't this basically the same as kissing paper, though? But it felt so incredibly good that I didn't care. Seratan was terra sexy. Seratan sucked in my tongue. It was too much. It felt like I was gonna die.
Gosh, please! Make it stop, dude. I didn't know this was here. I thought it was gonna be like, I thought I got most of them out of the way. Gosh. This is painful, man.
It was starting to get painful now. Seratan's suction was frighteningly strong. I tried pulling my tongue back, but I couldn't. She just sucked it in even more. She was pulling on it hard. So hard that it felt like it might rip off. And it wasn't just my tongue. The inside of my throat felt hot. My eyes felt like they were going to pop out of their sockets.
What the frick?
I couldn't breathe. My chest hurt. The inside of my stomach churned and churned, turning into a pulpy, sopping mess.
Oh, is she like flattening him?
I was being sucked in. Everything inside my body, my organs, my flesh, my bones, they were all being sucked in by Seratan. I could feel my pounding heart rising up from my throat, the thick blood vessels tearing off one by one. It was an impossible sensation. It was incomprehensibly painful, and yet, it felt even more pleasurable. My entire body had become an erogenous zone. Yes, my entire body. Not just the outside, but the inside of my throat, my heart, my blood vessels, my lungs, my intestines. Having Seratan violate the inside of my body, suck it all in, and devour it whole. It made me so happy. And that happiness, and the sheer ecstasy I was feeling, it made me feel faint. I'm gonna die. It feels so good that I'm gonna die.
What the frig?
After everything inside my body had been sucked out, Seratan pulled her lips away, satisfied. Her mouth was dripping with a mix of blood and drool.
Taki, you were so scrumptious.
She gave me a bewitching smile. I didn't have the energy to respond. She had taken everything I had.
Was she like a succubus or something?
It was the first time I'd ever experienced such overwhelming pleasure. I was in a total haze. Fog enshrouded my consciousness, and my thoughts were a blur.
Go on, Taki. Give your body a little look-see. With this, you're now a permanent part of the 2D world.
Although I was very unsteady, I tried to get up off of my bed and stand up. My body had become thin just like Seratan's. It was kinda hard to walk around. My body felt limp, and I could hardly stand. I fell to my hands and knees, hitting the floor without a sound. Seratan, I can't get up. Give me a hand here. Her voice came from above the bed.
Welcome to 2D, Taki.
Ew. Gross.
I sprang up, only to find myself on the bed like before. My heart was pounding like crazy. My heart was still inside my chest where it should be. I touched every part of my body. It wasn't paper thin. I was still 3D. I couldn't see Seratan anywhere. as it should be. Oh, it was a dream. But was that a good thing or a bad thing? I let out a sigh. That scene was just like the one in the doujin I'd bought from Circle Piroporu. In other words, I'd had a delusion using it as a basis. Why hadn't I noticed that in my dream? Well, I knew that it was a dream because I hadn't noticed. But I couldn't help thinking that regardless.
Nishijo-san?
A voice called to me from the other side of the curtain. The curtain quickly opened, and the nurse from before, Hazuki-san, popped her head inside the room.
Good morning.
I bowed my head slightly, keeping my eyes low.
You ended up sleeping soundly for 3 hours.
Huh? Had I really slept for 3 whole hours? I'd been so lost in my dream that I had completely lost all sense of time. Then again, I was pretty exhausted.
It sounded like you were having a bit of a bad dream. Is everything all right?
Naturally, I couldn't mention my borderline wet dreams straight to her face. Admitting to my maxed out libido stat would be pretty embarrassing.
But ultimately, you showed no signs of sleepwalking.
Hazuki-san's reassuring voice conveyed that to me.
Well, it's possible that symptoms didn't occur today by chance, so we can't definitely say that you haven't been sleepwalking.
No, I really don't think I'm a sleepwalker, so... Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Right, I can't remember if I did this one either. This is where he's trying to hit on Fess. Miss Mikuna, so I can't remember if I did this one or not. Fess didn't even so much as look at him. She simply continued to walk down the hallway at the same pace, as if not a sound had reached her ears. Hey, are you listening? Suddenly, Fess stopped in her tracks. Her slightly lowered gaze slowly rose up, and then she looked at me. Huh? Me? Come to think of it, the same thing had happened at the concert. It felt like Fess was staring directly at me. Just in general. I'd been stared at by a whole bunch of freaky 3D girls over the past couple of weeks. Gosh, what the heck was going on? Was I becoming popular now?
There's already someone I like.
Oh, really? Who is it? Could it be me?
The person over there.
Over there? Over where? Who was she talking about? She wasn't pointing anywhere, nor doing anything that would clue us in as to who she was referring to. She just kept looking at me, and only me. Wait, was the person she liked me?
You came to my concert the other night.
Fess began to walk toward me, still refusing to avert her gaze. My surroundings began to buzz. Everyone was listening in on the unexpected confession of Shibuya's famous songstress, Fess. So, I think there's been a mistake. I came to the concert too.
From a single glance, I knew.
Fess wasn't listening to a single thing Miss Mikun said. She grabbed my necktie with one hand and pulled me in close enough that I could clearly feel her breath against my skin. This was not a distance you could maintain with someone you were close friends with, nor was it one to be shared between family members. It was a distance, a closeness, reserved only for lovers.
You are my companion, chosen by fate.
With nary even a smile, Fess slowly brushed my cheek with her fingertips. The sheer seductiveness of the gesture sent chills down my spine. I was entranced. Fess had me. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I have made my decision. I will become your bride. That declaration was so far removed from the normal aloofness and decadence that Fess always carried, and yet the sheer contrast between them proved unbearably cute. Everyone around us was effectively throbbing with excitement upon hearing Fess's proposal to me. Miss Mikun was so utterly mortified upon losing to me that he came crashing down to his knees, crestfallen. And then everyone clapped. Put that in freaking, what is that? The r/ that didn't happen or that happened or whatever. Do I get a say in this? Do you not want me? I don't not want you. It felt like I was being swept away by a river of temptation. If I got to marry a beautiful girl like her, I would win at life right then and there. And thus began the heart-pounding love story of me and Fess. Like that ever happened. While I was over here drowning in my moronic delusions, Fess was murmuring something in a low voice, only to up and disappear soon after. You've lost your touch, Daisuke. Dang it. Oh, so we didn't get to hear that she said to get our sword, right? Oh, shoot, we would have missed that. I guess it technically didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but we would have missed that if we hadn't done the normal route the first time. Miss Mikun was sulking, having been completely and utterly disregarded. Considering how she was able to deter an alpha male of his caliber like he was no lower than a spur on a boot of hers, to deter him like he was nothing more than a typical Mosier. Maybe the other team was what Fess preferred. A true Yuri connoisseur. Man, she'd make a great sewer. Especially if she was a lolly-type character like Nanami. That's the stuff. I won't even bother trying again with an antisocial witch like her. Gosh dang it. This sucks. What was up with that finding a sword crap anyway? Made no sense to me. A sword? Yeah, that's what Kishimoto was going on about. Weren't you listening? Find a sword. If you do, you'll be granted salvation, or something like that. Salvation? Hey, Taku. Are there any Phantasm songs with lyrics like that? A sword. Could that possibly be referring to that mic stand thing she'd been using during the concert? Come to think of it, there'd been another person a couple of days ago that interrogated me about a sword. That Senna girl. The one who was absolutely terrifying. I'd actually thought she was going to slice me in two. The sword she'd been carrying was a different shape than the one Fess had, but they had a similar aura to them. Could the two of them be connected somehow? I didn't know. There was way too much crap I didn't know. I don't think I did the positive delusion for the store, so we'll try this. There's no one here. There were no customers, nor any employees. There's no way. This couldn't be happening. An employee had to be in the back. If I were to just bring something up to the register, they should come out right after. So I decided to leisurely grab a boxed lunch, pretend to flip through a manga magazine while I was at it, and then come up to the counter and set the box down.
Can't remember. Did I do this? I'm not remembering it, so... Nope, I sure didn't. No one came out. Maybe there really wasn't anyone here. Fine. If that was the case, then... I grabbed the boxed lunch off of the counter and headed straight for the automated door. I stood in front of the door and it automatically opened. But just as I was about to step outside... Wait! An employee finally emerged from the back room behind the cash register. He was a bleary, gloomy-looking guy, most likely a college student. He leaned over the counter and glared at me with dull eyes.
You just tried to shoplift, didn't you?
I shrugged my shoulders and walked back to the register. Yeah, 'cause you didn't come out. Saws, I was catching some Z's. The employee bowed his head with a crap-eating grin. It felt like he was mocking me. I was ticked. This convenience store clearly didn't give a crap about training its part-timers. Go to hell. I can just go ahead and take this for free, yeah? What? How's that in any way related? It's your responsibility, so you pay for it. Screw off, you freaking neat! You son of a... I swung at him without thinking. Ooh! My incredibly fast straight punch hit him square in the nose. With a pathetic yelp, he flew backwards, collided with a shelf, then fell to the ground. A magnificent punch, if I do say so myself. I'm sorry. As blood gushed from his nose, the employee got down on his hands and knees and bowed with tears in his eyes. So this isn't the way I thought it was going to go. I thought someone else was going to be like robbing the place and then he was going to save the place. And then everyone would be like, yeah, you're a hero. And he'd be all like, yeah, I am a hero. And then he'd wake up. That's what I thought was going to happen. Forget about the money. Please, just leave. Glad you know your place. While I was at it, I swiped 4 of the dorayaki that were on display by the register and headed for the door, satisfied. Good luck ever seeing me here again, jerk. Throwing out that line to get the perfect last word, I leisurely exited the store. Several minutes had passed while I was having my delusion. There was still no sign of any employees. I had no intention of staining my hands with DQN behavior, despite my delusion just now. That being said, I also couldn't bring myself to yell out for an employee either, so I just stood there in the deserted store without moving. I wanted to believe that the employee was just taking a nap, so I waited for another 5 minutes. But while I waited, no employee showed up, nor did any customers enter the store. There wasn't even as much as a sound. After enough time had passed, I started feeling scared, so I put the boxed lunch back on the shelf and left the store. That it? Yep, that's it. Okay, don't remember. This is her trying to get our attention. We're like looking down into our desk, but I don't think I ever did a positive delusion for this one, so. Demi didn't say anything, but she didn't move away from my seat either. Considering the fact that I was hunched over so far on my desk that I could nearly sink my teeth into it, I couldn't see her expression. All I could see was her waist. But if that were true, then that would mean she had to be facing me. In other words, she was looking at me. All right. I should work up some courage and act natural. Morning, Sakihara-san.
Yup. Good morning.
All right. First contact went well.
But just when I started to feel relieved, Amy tilted her head to the side with a frown.
Hey, Taku. Why are you talking to me all weird like that?
Weird?
Yeah, like with Sakihara-san. It feels kind of formal, you know? Just talk to me like you normally do.
Like I normally did? But I didn't even know what that was. Okay. Demi.
Yeah? What's up, Taku?
Nothing much. Really?
Alrighty, then I've got something to tell you.
Demi cleared her throat, looked around the room, and then brought her face close to mine.
Taku, don't go and become like Daichin, alright? A playboy like him is bound to get hurt really badly someday.
Oh. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind.
Cool. I really like how honest you are, Taku.
She liked something about me. Huh. In other words, from Demi's POV, was I the honest, neutral character archetype?
For starters, there's just one thing about Daichin that I absolutely can't stand. He talks to all these girls left and right, but he won't even so much as look at me. Isn't that so awful?
Huh? You want him to hit on you? I guess that wasn't surprising. He was a total alpha in terms of looks, and he was fun to talk to. Even if you stuck him with a penalty for being a playboy, he'd probably still be the type any girl would like to go out with. But despite what I thought she was talking about, Demi frowned and shook her head.
Taku, that's a really mean joke. I get these real nasty chills all over just thinking about him hitting on me.
She wrapped her arms around herself and made a big show out of pretending to shiver.
Yeah, that's a no from me. But how do I put this? It's not like I don't have some pride as a girl, yeah? Hey, Taku, what do you think about me? Am I attractive?
Good. You're asking me something that's really hard to answer.
Well, am I?
And it didn't help that her eyes were twinkling, and she was clearly bursting with anticipation. That's... Of course I thought she was attractive, but it'd take a lot of courage to say it out loud.
No one likes to admit to them.
To mistakes made because of youth.
Gotcha!
Demi smiled triumphantly. Was she actually an otaku? There was no way. I smiled a bitter smile in defeat. But even though the conversation was completely normal, I found myself having a lot of fun. Up until now, I'd almost never had this kind of conversation with a girl before. I didn't know why, but I felt like we clicked pretty well together. Which was why I was able to say what came next so naturally. No doubt about it. You're attractive, Demi.
What? What?
Demi exaggeratedly threw her head backwards, and her face instantly turned to beet red.
When you say it to my face like that, I can't help but blush. But thanks. It makes me really happy to hear you say that, Taku. Like 100 million trillion times happier than I'd be if Daichin hit on me like that.
There's no such thing as 100 million trillion, though.
Oh, come on, you get the idea. It just tells you how big the happiness scale is.
So that's what it is to be young. If only I could have had that kind of conversation daily. Every day of my life would be fun and fulfilling, and how I saw the world would change completely. But at the end of the day, that was just an illusion. The me in reality couldn't even make eye contact with the me. I just kept my head down, didn't move, and stayed silent. I despised my own cowardice, and so I was hit with a fierce wave of depression.
Taku?
Demi, who had been silent the entire time, finally called out to me, albeit hesitantly. But I couldn't respond due to how sudden it was. To her, it probably felt like I was ignoring her. In my head, I knew I couldn't keep acting like this, but in the end, I still couldn't get myself to do anything.
Are you okay?
This time, I nodded frantically. It probably made me look pretty suspicious.
Okay. Glad to hear it.
Demi's voice was gentle. I could hardly believe it, but she seemed like she was going to continue patiently being with me, even though I was being silent. "Are you okay?" was what she'd said. I felt the sudden urge to ask her something. I wanted to ask, back when we met in front of 107, what did it look like to you? Considering the fact that she hadn't mentioned anything in particular, it seemed like she didn't know anything about the people temporarily disappearing from the streets of Shibuya, nor anything about the wheelchair-bound shogun. Which would probably mean it'd just been one of my delusions after all. That was why I wanted to ask her. But I didn't think I'd be able to look up and do so after all this time. Either way, I couldn't do it today. I couldn't even prepare myself to ask her. So, next time then. I'd ask her the very next time I came to school. Yeah. I should probably organize the questions I wanted to ask her before then.
Huh? Look, Taku. Orihara-san's coming this way.
Is that it? Yep, that's it. Okay. Oh yeah, and then the chain. Oh boy. Yeah, not ready for the chain scene. Here we go. In place of the sword was a white chain, coiling around one of her legs. Which reminded me that, back when we'd first met her in Center Guy, she had said something about finding her in a train car in front of the station. This must have been what she'd meant. Was she the one who'd put this chain here? Could she really have been lugging around such a long chain? It looked like it weighed over 10 kilograms. And not only that, but it had to have been like over 50 meters long. I had no idea what was up with this girl. She was entirely unknown to me. She wasn't normal. Could she be Shogun? Feeling scared now, I moved to run away without saying anything, only for a sharp voice to strike me right then.
Come in.
Uh-oh. I automatically stopped dead in my tracks. Thoughts ran through my head frantically. If I ran away, what would she do? Would she swing her D-sword at me while she chased me? When I tried to envision it happening, it freaked me out way too much, so I hurriedly shook the delusion out of my head. Conversely, what if I were to just walk straight in instead? She would get a much better impression of me, and maybe then she wouldn't be so violent. Maybe she'd even be in a good enough mood that she'd be interested in selling her D-sword to me. I didn't think that she'd give it up that easily, but maybe I could at least get her to tell me where she'd bought it from. On top of that, she seemed to have been waiting for me. In other words, that meant she'd taken some form of interest in me. She looked scary. But as was often the case with tsundere types, she might have actually been pretty nice in reality. That could just be wishful thinking, though. Then again, it wasn't like I was going to get called just because I went inside. Surely that was true. We were right in the middle of Shibuya, after all. Right in front of the Hachiko statue. There were tons of people surrounding us. Killing me in public, in front of all of them, would have been suicide. I took a single deep breath, gathered my resolve, and then I stepped onto the train. Wait, is that it? Oh, that was it. It was just that quick little thing. Oh, I have no idea how this could be positive, but sure, I guess we'll see. In this small private room, the only way out was blocked by Yua. The next thing I knew, my shoulders were being held down with such incredible force, I couldn't even get up from my seat. Yua's cold gaze pierced through me at point-blank range. I couldn't help but look away, and my eyes fell on the 3 ghetto froggies attached to the bag she was carrying on her shoulder.
All right? Don't make a sound.
Uh-oh. If I didn't do as she said, Yua would kill me. Believing that would happen, I didn't resist and just nodded along.
There was something I had to tell you, no matter what it took. I like you. I really like you. Do you understand? I love you. I need you to understand.
So she's like a yandere.
I want you to be mine. Please.
I thought that confessions were supposed to be romantic, heartrending, and happy. But this wasn't like that. This was terrifying. Every word had sent chills down my spine. In a situation like this, I'd normally confess my love as well, but here, it felt like I'd be signing my own death sentence if I did. I had no choice but to be clear and refuse. This girl was nothing more than a stalker. If I didn't refuse here and now, I would be totally screwed. I forcefully shook off Yua's hand. I refuse! I'm gonna hand you over to the police! Yua's expression became tense, as if in shock. She hung her head, and her demeanor instantly turned timid.
To think you hated me that much. I'm sorry. I'll stay away from you from now on. Goodbye, Nishijo-kun.
She pulled herself away and turned her back to me. Her shoulders drooped. And then, she shakily walked out of the private room. I'd said it. I'd said it! Seeing Yua crying like that actually made me feel relieved. I couldn't help but be happy that I'd finally been freed of that stalker. So much so that I unconsciously struck a victory pose. How dumb. Only to suddenly come back to myself. Since life was never that easy, Yua was right in front of me, covering my mouth.
Loved you, Nishijo-kun.
She was murmuring something in a quiet whisper. I hadn't heard what she'd said at all. I'd been busy escaping from reality. How nice it would have been if that delusion had been real. With no way for my wish to come true, Yua continued to talk.
But please let me say just one thing. I don't want to see you get hurt anymore, nor do I want you to be unhappy. But I also don't want to make any more people unhappy either.
What was she talking about? She was talking as if she knew everything about me, despite the fact that we hadn't even spent 24 hours together. Just what the heck did this girl actually know about me? Was this just another one of her signature completely insane delusions? A shudder ran through me, and I started flailing my arms and legs. But even so, Yua didn't let go. If this went on for much longer, this girl might actually kill me. Had Shogun given up on trying to trap me and had just sent Yua as an assassin instead? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die! I'm sorry, but please, just be quiet. I'm almost done. The tone of her voice was meek, but the power behind Yua's hands as she held me down was so strong. Even if I tried to resist, she wouldn't budge an inch. I couldn't believe that such slender hands could be so powerful. Nishijo-kun. Yua inched her face closer and closer to mine. I desperately turned my head away. Please. That was when I noticed. Yua's hands were trembling. Or was it just that my hands were shaking so much, it made it look like hers were too? While I pondered that, something unbelievable came out of her mouth. Don't kill anyone anymore. What? You aren't even aware of it, are you? But I understand that, too. After all, you have no way of knowing, Nishijo-kun. Knowing? Knowing what? Yua's eyes shone with sorrow. Even though she had been staring at me intently until now, she suddenly cast her eyes downward. Have DID. Multiple personalities. I had multiple personalities? At first, I fully intended on turning you over to the police. Despite how confused I was, Yua continued to talk. And if I couldn't do that, I thought I'd tried this method instead. But when I investigated you, I found that you were suffering just as much as I was. The eyes behind Yua's glasses once again took hold of me. They pleaded with me. And no matter how hard I tried to see it as something else, I couldn't see her as anything other than genuinely worried about me. And that horrified me. I want to help you. Oh, there we go. That's it. Oh, yeah. Can't remember if I did this one or not. Did I? I guess I'll find out. Still breathing heavily, I slowly examined Fess's profile. She was a charismatic songstress who captivated the youth of Shibuya. People even called her a prophet. And now, that very same Fess was here alone with an otaku freak piece of crap like me. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Her forehead was beading with sweat, with several drops running down her cheeks. She was wiping it off with the back of her hand. Her breasts, exposed through her camisole, rose and fell with every breath she took. A glimpse providing healthy eroticism in an atmosphere flowing with ennui. Moe didn't do it justice. The best and only possible word befitting of her was erotic. Did I do this? I think I may have. I did not do this one. Okay. That camisole with its cross-shaped design was downright criminal. And I couldn't help but think that it didn't look like she was wearing a bra underneath. Maybe she really wasn't wearing a bra. That would be very interesting, I think. Dude, I knew this one was gonna suck. I dreaded this one for a long time, too. What kind of underwear did Fess usually wear, I wondered. Probably the sexy kind. Like black. Or red. But personally, I'd want them to be a nice and clean white. Wait, what kind of stupid crap was I thinking about? Did I forget the situation I was in?
You were being pursued, were you not?
Huh? Yeah.
Wait, is that it? It was just, oh yeah, it was just that quick little insert. Okay. Okay, all right. Oh, it's the same thing as the swimsuit version, but okay, all right, okay.
Was Fess wearing only white lingerie?
I thought that wasn't gonna be it. I'm like, that seemed a little too quick.
This is why. What? Fess was standing right beside me. Fess was standing on the stairs right in front of me. Two of the same person, in the same place. And not only that, but one of them was incredibly sexy, wearing only her underwear. Completely and utterly flustered, I relentlessly snapped back and forth between the two Fesses over and over again, comparing them. They were exactly the same, right down to their facial features, height, and hairstyles. The only differences were the clothes and whether or not they were carrying a sword. They weren't twins or anything like that, and they didn't just look alike. They were one and the same. I was used to seeing girls in their underwear in eroge, but here, I couldn't handle it for some reason. I had run into Nanami's smelly, pee-stained underwear countless times, so you'd think this would be no big deal. But for whatever reason, I couldn't get myself to follow that line of logic. Fess was standing in the middle of this disgusting underpass in only her underwear. I felt like I was about to lose my mind from how unbelievable that situation was. Even though I knew I shouldn't look at her, I couldn't help but feel like I was this close to stealing a glance away. It took an insane amount of willpower to keep my eyes down. I'm sorry. I automatically apologized, because I knew that only a few minutes ago, I'd had a delusion about this very thing. Fess wearing white lingerie.
This was the delusion you wished for.
The two Fesses said this at the same time, as if they could see right through me. I jumped, startled. I could feel my face rapidly turning red. I needed an excuse. I needed a way out of this. If a 3D girl labeled me as a pervert, it'd be over. I'd be socially obliterated. Okay, wait. While that may be important, the more pressing matter is what the heck is happening? All right. And then I gotta skip this, and then it's gonna stop me again, probably, right? If I remember. But I don't think it really has anything more to say after this about the fact that of what she's wearing, but I'll read it anyway, and I'll just cut it out, I guess, if it isn't important.
Why do you think that Shibuya attracts so many youths?
Suddenly, the conversation I was having with Fess transitioned into something completely unrelated, but I was actually somewhat relieved by that. I'd expected Fess to start treating me like a pervert, but she just ignored it like nothing had ever happened.
Japan. No. Even if you examined the entire world, you would not find many places similar to this one.
Did this have something to do with the D-swords? If not, then I didn't care. I had to somehow find a way to get Fess to tell me about how to get my hands on a real D-sword.
Neither Shinjuku nor Ikebukuro. Shibuya. The name of this city has taken on a life of its own.
Both in front of and behind me, the same words were being spoken from the two Fesses at the exact same time. Perfect synchronization. It gave me a somewhat strange feeling. Had Fess split in half? Were both of them the real Fess? Or were both of them imposters?
There is a thought engraved into the hearts of men all across Japan that this city carries the name, the City of Youths. Why is that?
Why? Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with me.
Because the city is ripe with fashion. Because it is populated heavily with stores. Because many trends originate here. Because it appears often on TV. Because the public transportation is favorable. No, it is none of those.
The two fesses paused for a moment. Being watched from both in front and from behind started to make me feel uncomfortable.
It is because of the greater will. The will of a higher being. Or, to put it simply, the will of God.
This is bad. My rational side warned me. Could this be? Maybe she was trying to recruit me into some sketchy religious cult. I began to feel uneasy. Man, maybe I should just get the heck out of here. But upon hearing the next thing Fess said to me, I realized I no longer had that option.
D-swords, too, are guided by this will.
And there we go. And that should do it. Oh yeah, now we got this one with the stupid CD. Oh man, this one's been haunting my dreams too. Okay, here we go. Put her hands on my shoulders. She suddenly brought her face in closer to mine, which immediately made me flustered. The sweet smell of shampoo wafting from Demi's hair tickled my nose, and I felt my face turning red.
Hey, Taku, let's make a deal.
A deal?
If you lend me that CD, in return, I'll...
She looked at me, her expression dead serious. I gulped. She'll what? What was she gonna do? Oh no, 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 no! Oh no. Demi's cheeks flushed slightly in embarrassment. And then, having seemingly made up her mind, she whispered something to me.
I'll let you do whatever you want to me.
I so knew it. Gosh dang it. Huh? When I understood the meaning behind her words, my brain stopped computing. I couldn't tell if she was joking or being serious. I tried to look away, but before I could...
Get down.
What? No, right here? Oh my gosh. Demi glanced at our surroundings, then pressed down on my shoulders hard. Without really knowing why, I obeyed her. I crouched down and leaned against the CD shelves, hugging my knees. Demi also crouched down in front of me. I was completely lost. What the heck was she planning?
Sit down and straighten out your legs.
Excuse me? What the frick? We're in a CD shop! Ma'am, this is a Radio Shack, hello? Did she want me to sit directly on the floor? I didn't want to act like such a DQN, but Demi didn't wait for my consent. She grabbed both of my calves and forced my legs to straighten out. I couldn't stop myself from sliding down to the floor. Brother! My gosh! Why? Why did you have a CG for this, bro? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Right as my legs hit the floor, Demi got on top of me. I knew this one was gonna be bad. I freaking knew it. I knew it way back when I first freaking saw it, and I was so glad I didn't have to get to it. Now we're here. Gosh dang it.
What? Shh. Themi put her index finger on my lips. She wanted me to stay quiet, evidently. But doing something like this inside a store... As if she'd read my mind, Themi started giggling.
This is the indie music corner. Not many customers come back here. If we stay low like this, no one will notice us.
What was she implying?
Hey, Taku?
Themi moved her face in even closer. Her breath stroked my cheeks. It was... hot. I couldn't avert my gaze from Themi's shimmering eyes. I could feel myself being sucked right into them. It was like I was under some magic spell. Themi was staring straight at me, just as I was at her. As we stared at each other, Themi's hands began to move. Please stop, please. And then, she started undoing my blazer, one button at a time.
How long do you delusion this? Like, she's standing right in front of me. This would have to happen within a whole, at most, 2 seconds? How are you delusioning all of this in like 2 seconds? She's waiting for an answer from you. In real life, in like actual reality. What the frick?
What are you... Paying me no mind, Themi's hand grabbed hold of my tie. With one pull, she unfastened it. And then, she began unbuttoning my shirt. Hey, people are gonna see.
You're right. It'd be very, very bad if someone saw us.
Dude, what the frick is this?
Despite what she'd just said, Themi's slender hands continued to move. They artfully slid beneath my shirt and onto my bare chest. Her cool hands slowly glided across my skin. What a bewitching smile. She had always been so cheerful and energetic, never once emitting any kind of sexual vibe or intention. But now, the expression on her face made my heart throb.
Taku, your heart is pounding.
Themi, you're... Teta sexy.
Are you freaking real? Oh!
Oh my gosh, dude. He's like a freaking Minamimoto from freaking The World Ends With You was not cool. Oh my gosh.
So, Teta sexy. Dude. Even in your delusions, you're not cool. What the frick?
Teta sexy?
Oh, frick. I'd said that out loud. That alone went to show how shaken I really was.
What does that mean, I wonder? Won't you tell me, Taku?
It means you're so unbelievably sexy. Themi's fingers steadily crept along my skin, and then they traveled down my neck. It tickled. It felt better than anything I'd ever felt before.
You can do anything you want to me. Are you ready?
No.
Following my instincts, I nodded repeatedly.
Then, shall we do it here?
I couldn't believe my own ears. Do it? Did she mean... Do what?
Thank God that didn't go any further. Oh my gosh. Oh, frick me. Why? Why, dude? half the time I'm like hoping I'm wrong, you know? Like I'm like, that seems too obvious that it can't be the lewd one, but then it is. And then I just want to die. It's just my entire being withers from the inside out, dude. Oh my gosh, I'm like a reverse cactus. I don't even know what that means. I thought that made sense until I just thought about it. Now it doesn't make sense anymore, so whatever.
Hello?
Suddenly, I came back to myself. Demi was waving her hand in front of my face, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. I wasn't sitting on the floor, and Demi wasn't on top of me. We were just standing there, facing each other, like people normally did.
What's wrong? It looked like I'd lost you somewhere for a second there.
Nothing.
Whoa, calm down.
I took a step back from Demi, turned my back to her, and took a deep breath.
Holy crap. That'd been the hottest delusion of all time.
I was so screwed up. Not to mention a self-loathing idiot. I couldn't believe I just thought that. Actually, no. Forget that. Demi was the one who was talking about giving me something in return. You'd see that line before in an infinite number of H scenes. Any guy who'd even dipped his toes into the genre would have had his imagination go wild over it. Anyway, what was she actually planning to do for me?
So, I take it you weren't listening, huh?
Sorry.
Then I'll ask again. If I do something for you, could you lend me this CD I really want to listen to?
Huh?
You wouldn't mind, right? Come on, I promise I'll make it up to you.
Life was a cruel mistress. Though I suppose it was my fault for expecting anything. Come to think of it, I wasn't supposed to be into 3D girls at all. Yet I just had a delusion about doing that with Demi. Why? When I agreed to Demi's proposal, she delightedly struck a victory pose. That sight was so amusing to me that, despite the critical situation I was in, I couldn't help but laugh.
What the frick, bro? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, and then we got this because of the freaking, yeah, okay. Alright.
Back then, Ayase had cloned herself right before my very eyes. I hadn't witnessed the exact moment when it happened. All I knew was that when I'd turned around, another Ayase was there, and she'd been wearing lingerie for some reason. She had also shown me how she pulled her D-sword out of thin air. It had to be neither a hallucination nor a delusion. After showing me something like that, there was no way I could still label her as a mental case. However, Ayase had also said this.
This is the delusion you wished for.
That strange phenomenon. Had it been my delusion coming to fruition? Admittedly, right before it happened, I had been pondering about the color of Ayase's underwear.
D-swords can only be seen by those who possess the power. You can see my sword, can you not? That can only mean one thing.
Maybe that was what Ayase had been talking about when she'd mentioned the power. A power that projected delusions into reality. Maybe I had that power.
Okay.
No. I was probably just jumping to conclusions. It was a total stretch to think that a psychic ability existed just because something, a system using scientific means, was able to reproduce delusions as images.
You must find it by yourself. I do not know of any methods.
But what if the method to obtain a D-sword was by using such a psychic ability? So, let's suppose I had that ability within me. It might have been worth a try. I think we may have done this too. Let's see. Nope. Leaving Demi to stare at the PC screen with her eyebrows furrowed, I picked up the toy D-sword sitting in the corner of my room. I went to stand in the center of my room and brought my sword to eye level like I was an ESO character. I closed my eyes. I tried to conjure the image of a sword in my mind. I naturally imagined it to be something similar to the beautiful, sinister swords that Senna and Ayase had, each complete with a sharpness that could sever anything it touched. Having delusions was my specialty. After all, I had all sorts of delusions on a daily basis. If I wanted to, I could recreate every single detail both vividly and clearly in my head. Once the image was as precise as it was going to get, I planted my feet, gritted my teeth, and tried grasping the sword with the power I now held in my hands. Become real. 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 I prayed inside my head, devoting all my thoughts towards that one single wish. What I'm holding is a real D-sword. It's not fake. It's real. I infused the strength of my entire being into the blade. Come, reveal yourself to me. Grant me salvation. Protect me. I slowly opened my eyes. The sword I was holding hadn't changed whatsoever. It was still the same cheap toy. Yeah. Why did I expect anything else? There was no such thing as an evil eye-esque psychic power that turned delusions into reality. Evil eye. It was way too chuny. What was I, 5? I felt ashamed to have ever thought I held such a power. Heaving a long sigh, I lowered the sword. But right as I did, I sensed a gaze behind me. I could feel chills on the back of my neck. Goosebumps rose across the entirety of my body. The gaze again. That was a clear sign. A sign that, right at that moment, someone was watching me. Don't look at me. I wasn't gonna turn around. Like I'd ever turn around. Huh? Not only had I sensed a presence, but I'd heard a voice as well. Though, to be precise, it hadn't exactly been a voice. It'd been closer to a sigh. Don't tell me. I might have made a terrible mistake. I slowly, ever so slowly, turned around. And there was Demi, staring right at me. So that was it. No wonder the sense of presence had been more intense than usual. Granted, that only made sense, considering I wasn't just feeling like I was being watched. I was being watched. This was definitely going to get confusing. Oh, crap. Had Demi seen me go full Chinibyo? Brandishing a sword and all that? From start to finish? I was gonna die from embarrassment. Huh? Except, something was off about her. Demi's brow furrowed, and she stared at me without blinking even once. So this isn't exactly a positive delusion, at least not yet. However, it wasn't me she was looking at, but the object I held, the toy D-sword. Why did she look so serious? It felt like she was an entirely different person from the one that'd been getting all confused about patents earlier. Hey! An unpleasant memory flashed through my mind. Demi was on my side. She was supposed to be. However, I still hadn't solved the mystery surrounding her. Did Demi know something about D-swords? With a gulp, I nervously called out to her.
Taku.
Her gaze still fixated on me. Demi opened her mouth. Her voice was stifled, devoid of any and all emotion.
About that sword.
Demi was my ally, wasn't she? She wouldn't betray me like you did, would she? Even if Demi betrayed me, I'd...
You should throw it away.
Why should I? My voice nearly cracked. Did Demi know something after all?
Because...
Demi's gaze finally moved, but this time, it landed squarely on my eyes. I hurriedly averted my own. What was she going to say?
Because... You're supposed to be a high schooler.
Huh? Demi suddenly broke into a grin. A very mischievous grin. The abrupt change in demeanor left me speechless.
I mean, I can understand that boys love toys and stuff no matter how old they get, but... I'm not really sure that extends to you swinging around such a huge toy alone in your room. Isn't that more like something you'd do in elementary school? Oh, but even then, I'm kind of happy that you're comfortable enough around me to show me your hobbies, Taku. It feels like you're telling me a secret only I can know.
What the heck, man? I'd gotten all scared for no reason.
Where did you buy that anyway? Wasn't it expensive?
I think we're done now, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, not very far forward, and here we are, still in the container with Demi. Oh, jeez. Not the flag tripped. Oh, no. Gosh dang it. Okay, all right. Another one that I feared. Surely it's too on the nose like the other one, right? And this one surely won't actually be real because it's so on the nose. Surely she won't be in underwear or something, right? Surely. Flag tripped! Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap! My whole body froze in place. She'd clearly said that on purpose, right? Was she subtly hitting on me right now? Judging from the flow of this conversation, there was a good chance Demi had me right where she wanted me. How should I answer? Should I just come out and say exactly what she wanted to hear? Yeah, surely nothing bad could come of that. But I wasn't sure if I had the confidence to go out with a real girl. Please. I was at a loss about what to do, so I opted to subtly examine Demi's expression. I freaking knew it! I knew it! Why am I right when I'm not supposed to be? Why can't I ever be right when I want to be? I'm always right when I'm freaking not wanting it. Why? It's not fair. Gosh dang it. What the?
What the heck? What the heck?
My mind went completely blank. I couldn't keep up with this sudden and outrageous turn of events. I couldn't even lift a finger. The shock had rendered me unable to speak.
Something wrong?
In the blink of an eye, Themi had stripped off her school jacket. And not just that, but upon taking a closer look, she'd removed her skirt too. As if her extreme outfit wasn't enough, she was also hugging her knees, making it look like she was completely commando. In other words, at this very moment, Themi, who was sitting right next to me, with her head tilted and her eyes on me, was covering her underwear with nothing more than a mere shirt. The first thing that popped into my head was a classic private tutor eroge, titled The Unrelenting Emily Sensei. The third chapter had a scene that went exactly like what I was experiencing right now. To think that something straight out of an eroge was actually happening to me in reality. What eroge was that from? Reality! What the frick? Was this a delusion? An illusion? Or was it legit? Stop! 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 Regardless of whether it was a delusion or not, there was no mistaking that Themi was dressed in an incredibly lewd outfit. Why? Why? You don't have to zoom in. Ah! Against my better judgment, my eyes aimed themselves toward her chest. Yeah, against your better judgment, against your just couldn't have any willpower, huh? Just against your better your judgment, whatever. The neck of her shirt went down to her breasts, and thanks to the angle I was looking at her from, I could see what was underneath. A bright pink bra. You have surprisingly large breasts, Sakihara-san. Brother, my goodness gracious. Oh my gosh, dude. I need holy water right now to pour into my eye sockets, down my throat. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned by saying such things. Gosh dang it. I hate this. We're almost there and I can't get through it. I just was hoping. You guys told me that most of the lewd scenes were done with. You freaking lied to me. One of you lied to me, I know it, because I read the comment. Gosh dang it. Wait, stop! She'll think you're a pervert if you ogle her like that. Don't look! Stop looking! I lowered my gaze. Gosh dang. Ah! Only to find myself looking at her hips. Holy freaking... She really wasn't wearing a skirt! Was that supposed to be said that way? That was just instinctual. Was he supposed to be freaking doing some scat there? Just like... Oh my gosh. I can see your panties, Sakihara-san! What a simple yet lovely pair. This would make some excellent fat material. Please! Get me out of here! Oh, frick. My Johnson was starting to make himself very known. Her body had been giving off a nice scent for a while now, and... how should I put it? The texture of her skin, combined with her amazing figure, it all put 2D to shame. Was this the true power of the third dimension? Not gonna lie, she was hot as crap. She seemed very capable of instantly obliterating the values I'd held dear until now. Even though I'd never been into 3D, nor had I ever planned to change that. Even though I'd only ever loved 2D characters. Right now, Themi held enough destructive power to freaking obliterate those lofty values with a single strike. Her faint breaths, which sounded almost aroused. That delicately swaying, lustrous hair.
The way her chest rose and fell with each breath. The manner with which she seductively rubbed her thighs together. Those shimmering eyes. That pink tongue peeping out from her partially opened lips. It was getting hard to breathe. My mind was in a complete other dimension. What was this feeling? It was akin to that agonizing feeling of yearning I felt whenever I started an H scene in an eroge. I couldn't keep calm. Stop, please! Gosh, turn off!
Hey, Taku.
Dimi called my name in a sickly sweet voice. My eyes were now permanently glued to her body. It was the first time I'd ever seen a physically mature girl up so close. Was Dimi trying to seduce me? Did she like me? If so, I had to admit, I wasn't a fan of how shamelessly she was going about it. I guess it was just that I preferred love to come from the subtle nurturing of platonic affection, and once graduation arrived, that love would come to fruition through a bashful confession spoken under the Oak of Legends.
Yeah, right. I'm sure you were thinking that kind of a wholesome freaking storyline. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you wanted, you freaking jerk. Gosh dang it.
Having mustered so much courage to say that to me, she'd then cry tears of joy when I said yes, leading us to kiss. And then, while that was what I wanted, the current way things were going was far from platonic.
I'm really thirsty. Do you have anything to drink?
Unable to endure the horniness any longer, I eagerly rose to my feet. What did I have? What did I have? Was there anything in the fridge? I had some half-finished cola, but I drunk directly from the bottle, so it probably wouldn't be the best idea to give it to Dimi.
If you don't have anything, I could go up to buy something. There's a convenience store over by Shinsen Station, right?
I felt Dimi stand up behind me.
I'll be right back.
What? She was leaving?
I frantically turned around to see Dimi, still dressed in that shameless outfit, opening the door to head outside. Wait a... She was gonna go to the convenience store while people could see her panties? She wasn't normal. Was Dimi an exhibitionist or something? Oh my gosh, thank you.
Why, man?
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Basically 2 in a row right there. Basically 2 in a row. Holy crap. I don't believe that.
No, it wasn't, because we had freaking, no, because we had the sword one, so that was, yeah, so basically 2 in a row.
Gosh, why? Why me?
An exhibitionist?
Hearing that behind me made me literally jump in the air and land on my rear. There stood Dimi, who should have been just about to leave the room. And not only that, but she was wearing her usual outfit, and it was all fully on. She looked down at me with wide eyes. What?
Jeez, you nearly made me jump out of my skin. Don't scream like that. You've been acting weird for a while now. You started mumbling something to yourself, and right when I noticed that, you suddenly let out this huge scream. What's going on?
Why was Dimi there now? She should have been just about to leave the container. Had that half-naked Dimi been
A delusion?
But she'd felt so real. I hadn't touched her, but Merely looking at her skin made me think how squishy and soft it'd be if I touched it.
Wait, what the heck was I saying?
Yes, what the heck were you saying? What the heck were you thinking? What the heck are you, in general? I was losing my mind today. Me too.
Hey, Taku.
I cringed when she called my name. Did she hate me now? What would I do if she was already fed up with me? If Themi wouldn't stay with me, I wouldn't even be able to go out alone anymore.
I'm really thirsty.
Huh?
Do you have anything to drink?
She'd asked me the exact same thing as before. However, rather than that sultry tone from before, her voice was perfectly normal now. I shook my head from side to side. Themi poked her temple with her index finger and pursed her lips in thought.
If you don't have anything, I could go out to buy something. There's a convenience store over by Shinsen Station, right? I'll be right back.
She gave me a big smile, then left without waiting for my response. I could only watch her leave in a daze. She was going to the convenience store in uniform, which was completely normal. That half-naked Themi from before really had been a delusion. I felt a mixture of both relief and slight disappointment. But that half-naked Themi, Ayase splitting in two, what kind of mechanism was capable of reproducing those delusions accurately enough to feel real? Had it even been that, though? Did I have powers or not? And if I did, how could I actively use them? How could I obtain a D-sword? I was still stuck deep in a maze of questions, unable to do anything but wander around aimlessly.
Oh my gosh, dude. Why me? How many more of those are there gonna be, dude? Okay, now we got this part to stop me at.
Come to think of it, what the heck was up with her acting so sexual before?
Oh, he's talking about Themi.
It felt way too real to be called a hallucination.
Stop!
No matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, I just couldn't get over how sexy it was. It wasn't like I'd stared at them or anything, but I could definitely say that I'd seen the folds of her panties.
That is verifiably false. Verifiably. You just said that you were looking, like, in the delusion. You said you were looking, and then you said you looked elsewhere, and then your eyes saw... Don't even try me, dude. How stupid do you think I am? Like, hello? I'm gonna tell you, man, I just finished Better Call Saul, and I'm telling you right now, that freaking alibi wouldn't hold up in court, okay? That's all I'm gonna say.
As a self-proclaimed panty expert, albeit only for figures, I knew how realistic those folds had been. They had a level of detail you wouldn't see in a delusion.
Yeah, you weren't looking, huh? Yeah. Telling on yourself. It's called projection. Actually, that's not projection. This is, what would this be called? I don't know what the technical term is, but it's a self-report, okay?
Okay, you know what? Who cares about dumb crap like that? Just forget it.
Obviously you do, because you can't stop thinking about it. There we go, I guess we're done. Oh no, no, not here. Frick me, this is gonna be bad too, I can tell. In a locker room? Well, I guess technically it's a shoe place. That's where they put their shoes away. That's something Americans don't have, at least that I'm aware of, but freaking, gosh dang it. Unless it was like a gym, I guess, then maybe you would. Or a bowling alley. Oh man, frick me.
Speak of the devil, there she was, passing right next to me. With a face that looked like she was about to cry, she bowed her head to me. Despite how uncomfortable I felt, I managed to nod back. I watched as she attempted to leave through the school gate, tripping over herself along the way. Once again, I thought about how small she was. She fit the lolly archetype to a T. And on top of that, she was a clumsy girl, too. I didn't know her very well, but her perfect blend of personalities made me want to shout from the rooftops. She was loaded with moe traits. And yet, she didn't seem very popular with the other girls. What people valued in others really did differ between 2D and 3D, huh? Okay, here we go. Gun to our head. My vision suddenly went pitch black. I felt something push against my eyes. What the heck?
Who is it?
No freaking way! Could this be the legendary Who Is It game? The legend state, it only exists within the world of 2D, yet she'd said the classic line. Could it be? Could it well and truly be? I never thought I'd experience it in my lifetime. As of right now, I'd basically won the game of life. No. Hang on. Calm down. There was no way I'd encounter an urban legend in the third dimension. Surely. Right. What was I thinking? I was in a delusion. I had to be. I mean, it was an urban legend, aka something that nobody could confirm the existence of. Phew. Almost had me there. I'd managed to regain my composure. If this was a delusion, I wanted to get back to reality ASAP. That way, I could just get it over with. Kind of like jumping into a lake or something. That way, it hurt less. On the other hand, why don't I just indulge myself in this blissful fantasy for a little while? I'm sure Themey won't mind. Oh, he knows it's Themey now. Before, he didn't know who it was, right? Or did he? I can't remember, because I know at one point he thought Shogun was sneaking up on him in the negative, like, delusion version, so... I think he may have known it was Themey in all of them, so, okay.
I'll give you a hint. It starts with B.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious even without the hint. I could tell the moment she'd opened her mouth. After all, I was trained in the art of working out the voice actor just by hearing an anime character talk. That said, I wasn't a VA otaku or anything like that. This was just a natural stage of progression for anyone who watched anime. Kinda true. That may be the truest thing you've said so far. Dude, me and all my friends kind of do that. We're like, hey, isn't that voice actor this person? Hey, I know that person. Hey, I know that person. It's kind of funny. It's actually pretty true.
Oh, wow. Is it that hard? Here's another hint. It ends with me.
You just gave away the answer. What a complete dunce. Then again, oh, Themey. You're so cute, Themey. There was a simple reason as to why I couldn't answer. While I obviously knew the answer, saying the name out loud was pretty darn embarrassing. Well, since it was a delusion, I should just play along. Me.
Ding, ding, ding.
Her hands released my face. I opened my eyes. Okay, good. She's fully clothed. We're good. No problems here. All right, cool. So, was that it? Was that all that was? Oh, no, there's still more to go, but dang. Man. Okay, so that means it could still turn really bad, so I guess we'll see. I turned around, and to no surprise, found Themey standing there.
Sorry I took so long in there.
Wait, what? I wasn't waking up from the delusion? Usually, it would just end here, and I'd suddenly return to my senses. I tried pinching my cheek. No, wait. That's how you tell if you're in a dream, but dreams and delusions aren't all that different, so it's not really wrong to use that method, but ouch, my cheek hurts. What the frick? Wait.
Was this actually real? Upon realizing this, I instantly became embarrassed. My face shot straight to the ground.
What's wrong? Why are you blushing?
In spite of her words, Vimi's cheeks were dyed a light scarlet. But maybe that was just because the sunset was shining down on her? Maybe?
Anyway, let's head on home.
Okay, well that was somewhat wholesome, I guess. Kind of, sort of, I don't know. Oh no, not this one too. Frick, I fear greatly. No. Gosh.
That was you, wasn't it? You made that flower bed.
It was her. Senna. She was the one tossing me around. She continued gripping my collar with tremendous strength. It grew hard to breathe. I tried to fight back by squirming and flailing around with my arms, but she refused to let go. Her eyes were filled with a sharp, murderous light. It sent a shiver down my spine. Thinking I was about to die, I shook my head in desperate denial.
Don't play dumb with me!
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 please! Please, please, please. I could feel Senna's breath on my cheeks. Just the thought of her only needing to move a bit closer to rip my throat out with her teeth genuinely terrified me. Staring at me at point-blank range, Senna... Gosh! Dang it! Ah! Why? I knew it! This one, it's like any of the ones that are just compromised like that, where like this one, she's pushing him up against a wall. Dude, gross! Gosh! Dude, I almost want to censor that. That's so freaking gross. Gosh. Ew! Ew! I felt something soft press against my lips. I had no idea what was going on. All I knew was that I couldn't breathe, and I was getting really dizzy. I tried to push myself away from her, but Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, so I couldn't move. Something began wriggling lustfully against my lips, and then it penetrated my mouth. It twisted roughly around my tongue, slid across my gums, and violated me orally. Why do you have to describe it that way? Why? It's not necessary, dude. You just have to say she Frenched me, bro. That's all you have to say if you have to describe it at all. You don't have to say that kind of detail. Gosh, I'm cringing into a black hole, dude. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be the reason Okabe could freaking travel through time, bro. I'm freaking opening black holes by my cringe. Ah! I didn't know what was going on. All I knew was, for some reason, it felt really good. But I still was having trouble breathing. I was about to pass out. But just before I would have, the wriggling object left my mouth. Gosh, thank God. Senna's lips glistened with saliva. She had been staring at me with murderous eyes only a few moments ago, but now, her eyes looked utterly enchanted. Wait, had she just kissed me?
You're a hero. Lend me your strength. Fight by my side. You can't refuse. You're coming whether you like it or not.
Stop! After rattling off that insanity in an angry voice, Senna brought her face to mine once again. She pressed her lips madly against mine and violated my mouth. Why do you have to word it that way? There's no reason! Her hot breaths and sweet saliva trickled past my lips. Dude! I
am a priestess born for the sole purpose of offering my pure blood to a hero.
In a state of pure ecstasy, she rattled off line after line that made me think, what eroge is this?
We can't win this war without you. Now, let's exchange a contract of blood.
Now she sounds like Ayase, what the frick? Don't do... I did! I freaking unplugged everything! Gosh dang it. Hold on, I gotta make sure it's still working. I hit my desk so freaking hard, it freaking shook my audio interface. Gosh dang it. Senna's teeth sank deeply into my lip. Pain shot through me, and the taste of blood spread inside my mouth.
I want you.
Did she have any idea how to ask someone something? Even if she did, everything she'd said was completely absurd. But the sensation of basically getting reverse raped. Why? Why? There is no reason. There's just no... I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Ah! Well, to be blunt, I was hard as a rock. I could get into this kind of roleplay. Thank God! Oh my gosh! Why? Ah! That was so bad, dude. Oh my gosh, that was one of the worst ones I've ever experienced. It's the way everything's worded. Like, Ayase's was kind of along the same... I mean, it was along the same line, but it wasn't like that. Gosh, dang it, dude. That was... that sucked. Why do you make me read this game? Game? Why?
Don't you dare ignore me!
I shot back to my senses. Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, and she still had me pinned to the playground equipment. And her face was still really close. Our eyes met, and my face went hot. Oh my gosh, he literally hit her with the Gosh dang it.
I said, who taught you how to use that power?
I didn't remember her asking anything like that. Maybe that scenario from earlier was just a delusion I'd used to escape reality? Maybe? Despite me still trying to wrap my head around the situation, Senna didn't seem to care and started shaking me violently.
Who was it? Answer me! Are you involved with the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light or not?
Divine Church of the what now? I shook my head reflexively. I can't breathe. You're choking me. I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna die. I'm done for. Serves you right after that in this timeline that we're in now. Oh my gosh. Just before I lost consciousness, Senna suddenly let go of me, and I collapsed to the ground. I kept on coughing, struggling desperately to get oxygen in my lungs. Was Senna my enemy after all? Was she another one of Shogun's underlings? If she was, then I had to run away.
If you're not one of them, I'll let you go. Sorry.
Noticing my confusion, Senna clicked her tongue lightly, then let out a sigh. And then, without saying another word, she went to leave. Guess she wasn't going to hurt me. Then... Wait! So that's gotta be it, right? There we go. Now we're through it. Okay. Golly, bro! How much more pain and suffering could you possibly put me through? It couldn't possibly get worse, right? It couldn't possibly? Like, it's just not possible? Right? I mean, I'm correct, right? Like, it couldn't possibly get worse, right? Those are certainly not, like, famous last words type of talk, right? Certainly it couldn't get worse than some of that. Whose phone was ringing. But with the timing, what else could it be? I shook my head. I had never heard Nanami's ringtone, so there was no proof that the melody I was hearing was it. No proof at all! I was getting scared now. I pressed my phone back to my ear. Oi! Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. It can't be bad. This is when the hand is in the frickin' box. It can't be bad. It can't be. It can't possibly be bad. Nanami still wasn't answering. Please pick up. Pick up the phone already. Oh, she picked up. Nanami? Nanami? Are you there? Answer me! Where are you right now? Are you okay? Come on, say something! Nanami! Nanami!
So, truth is...
Huh? What the... Something weird was going on. It was almost like I was hearing Nanami not just through the phone, but from somewhere really close by, too. Where the heck are you?
Up top.
Up top? On the bunk bed? My gaze wandered upward. Something was moving on top of my bed. A person. Someone was wriggling around up there, and because of how little space they had, eroge cases crumbled to the floor as they did. Don't tell me. Nanami?
You found me!
My guess had been right. Nanami peeked out from atop the bed with an apologetic look on her face. Had she just been hiding this whole time? But since when? What do you mean, tee-hee? Never mind. Just, did you see a suspicious guy in a wheelchair? As she got off of the bed, I examined her from top to bottom to see if she was hurt anywhere.
Big bro? Can you take it down a notch?
I asked you a question, so answer me. Are you sure you didn't hit your head?
You're asking about Shogun, right?
Oh, frick. You actually met him? Where? What did he do to you? I grabbed Nanami by the shoulders, desperately pressing her for an answer. Holy crap! Yes, Nanami could be a huge brat, but if Shogun had defiled her, it'd be all my fault. Shogun had put his hands on her as a means to provoke me. To him, she was just collateral damage. Sorry. I was so ashamed, I started to cry. I was causing problems not just for myself, but for those around me. Harmless otaku my rear. I was a failure. Not just as a brother, but as a human being. I was scum. Complete and utter scum.
Are you crying? Wait, were you worried about me?
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Don't cry! Oh, wow. This got kinda out of hand. The truth is, that email you got from Shogun, it was just a prank.
Huh? I couldn't process what she'd said. I was stunned.
So, what I'm saying is, Shogun was me. The entire time. It's just, you don't spend much time with me at all. So I wanted to mess with you a bit. Then it just kinda turned into that. So, yeah. Nobody did anything bad to me at all. I'm A-OK. So no more crying, big bro. Got it?
You... I was relieved. Upon learning that she'd deceived me, the release of all my tension and fear made me cry even harder. I couldn't believe that she'd do that to me, and I was pretty upset that she'd been screwing with me for so long. But none of that mattered right now. Don't do that to me.
I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry, big bro. I brought you a treat, so let's just call it a peace offering.
She held her hands together as if in prayer as she apologized to me. And then, she cheerfully took out a paper box that'd been hidden in the corner. Inside the box were 4 tiny cakes, 2 Mont Blancs and 2 cheesecakes. Oh, that sounds good.
So, they look good, right? Of course they look good. I made them. I whipped them up just for you.
I kind of like the idea of it just being a prank. That would have been kind of goofy if it was just a prank all this time. Imagine if I would have gotten this the first time around. This would have threw me for a loop, dude. Oh my gosh. I would have been flipping my lid probably.
So, come on. Let's eat them together.
Nanami put the box on my desk, then placed 2 cakes each on 2 different paper plates that she'd set out. No idea where they'd come from, though.
Hey, big bro. Thanks for worrying about me. I'm glad to hear that you care. Really, it's pretty crazy that even you have a soft side in there somewhere. Though, to be completely honest, it's a little lame how you cried over it.
Shut your mouth, you lying, backstabbing witch. My pride had been torn to shreds. I'd been deceived, betrayed, and I'd even ended up crying. I couldn't believe how pathetic I was, how stupid I was.
But at the end of the day, I'm glad you're my big bro.
She smiled at me happily. It was a more peaceful sight than I was used to. How nice it would be if that was what actually happened. Yo. Yeah, that was nothing more than just an overly convenient, easy-to-swallow delusion of mine. Nanami still hadn't picked up, and the sound of someone's ringtone continued to echo throughout the room. The melody was a happy-go-lucky one, something that was in harsh contrast to my current state of mind. The sense of dread within me was growing. There was no getting around it. Nanami's phone was in this room. I couldn't think of any other explanation. I couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore. Oh, this has to be it, right? Right here, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we're on the building again. So how can this possibly be a good thing? Are they gonna just be like, "Hail Takami," like from way down there, and he'll be like, "My peasants, my subjects, yes, I have become the Esper King," and then he'll just totally go Chuny or something like that. Why were they fixated on me? Esper Boy? What the heck was that all about? Did any of them have any idea what happened today? We'd gotten hit by a freaking earthquake! A seismic intensity 5 one. Over 100 freaking people had died! So why were each and every one of them? Why were they waiting there just to see an otaku freak like me make a fool of himself? Alright, let's see it. Let's see it. Shogun. It was most likely him who had brought them here. They were all under his mind control. All of them were expecting me to jump off from here and die. An overwhelming surge of negative emotions struck me. Tell me, was there anyone on my side?
Taku!
Suddenly, among the clamor, I heard a voice calling my name.
Taku!
A voice all too familiar. A voice I knew. A voice that belonged to the one and only person on my side. It wasn't an illusion. And it wasn't an auditory hallucination either. It was Demi. Demi was calling me from somewhere. Where? Where was she? I searched desperately for her. But there were too many people. It was impossible to identify a single person among all of them, especially from this height. Struck by despair, I hung my head in regret. Inevitably, as a consequence of this, I ended up looking directly below me. And there, I saw the figure of a girl looking up at me, waving both hands.
Taku!
Demi! There she was! She had come to save me!
I'm coming to save you! Don't move an inch!
Happy as could be, and realizing that I'd been saved, I nodded over and over again. My vision was blurred by tears of joy. I quickly wiped them away. I didn't want to lose sight of Demi for even a single second. However... I looked again toward the spot Demi was waving from, and saw that something was wrong. For some reason, the crowd around Demi started surrounding her. With Demi in its center, a clear circle of dark heads began to form. They moved in closer and closer to her. And eventually, who knows how many DQNs reached toward Demi and began to jostle her. Hating what was being done to her, she tried to break free from the man-made enclosure, but due to the sheer number of people surrounding her, she couldn't even take one step. It was as if she was standing right in the middle of the morning train, a claustrophobic nightmare packed to the brim with people heading to work. Stop! Get your hands off her! I could faintly hear the sound of her screams. The number of people surrounding Demi was gradually increasing, as was the intensity of their behavior. As they pushed her around, they pulled at her clothes, and eventually, her jacket was stripped away. Stop it! This isn't Samiroge! Stop it! Get out of there, Demi. Get out of there. And come save me. Quick! My prayers were left unanswered. The crowd rushing toward Demi was still getting bigger and bigger, and her lone resistance wasn't enough to hold them back. Countless men tore off her clothes, pulled her hair, and dragged her out onto the road. Dude, this is like a, oh wow, this is really strange. So it's like a, what would you call this? It's like a lewd negative delusion. So it's something that like, where his typical positive delusion, where it'd be like him fantasizing something that's like good for him, you know, which is typically sexual. In this case, is now turning bad because of the situation he's in. So it's interesting that he's like, no, this isn't an eroge. This is real life. Stop. You know, it's like in other words, it's like, I don't want to be thinking this right now. You know, that's an interesting angle that they like rarely did in any of the other delusions, huh?
Taku, help me!
No! She disappeared into the sea of people, and I lost sight of her. Like hyenas devouring a dead animal's flesh, more and more DQNs rushed in for a taste.
their bodies stirring around where Themi had just disappeared. Oh, frick! Oh, frick! They were going to rape her. They were going to rape Themi. The DQNs who had been brought here, who were being mind-controlled by Shogun, were going to ruin her, defile her with their filthy hands. And after that, after they were done raping her, she would meet a cruel, merciless end at their hands. Tears started to flow. I bit my lip hard. I wasn't crying simply out of sorrow and anger over what was happening to Themi. I was crying because of the sheer terror I felt once I realized every single person there was my enemy. There was nowhere to run anymore. I was trapped. Wow. That's freaking dark. Holy crap. No. No. I don't want to die. Wait, so this looks like this is all just... Yeah, okay, I can just skip all that. Interesting. Huh. So, like, if we would have gotten that as a delusion, would I have just been like, wait, did Themi die or what? I wonder. That's crazy. Okay. All right. So now we get to see the positive delusion of him getting the D-sword. Let's see what that's like. I wonder if he'll become like a knight or something. That was true. And even if I did have powers, I had no idea how to use them.
So, let's just run away, okay? You done good, Taki. But anything more is just too much for ya. You don't want to die, right?
And? There is Sedaton there, though, so that makes me a little nervous. No! Come on! Why did I speak it into existence? No! I just thought I shouldn't have said it, dude. Frick, is this my delusion becoming reality? I just threw it out into existence, and then this is my psychic attack that I'm getting as a consequence. What the frick? But, Nanami...
Taki, you did good. Now you can live on as the tragic big brother who lost his little sister.
The tragic big brother?
Tell them you have PTSD, and they'll let you off the hook no matter what. You can become the best shut-in ever. Oh, then maybe some fake-o goody-two-shoes with money to burn will take pity on you and provide you with everything you need. If you write whatever's on your mind on a blog, maybe you'll get picked up by a publisher and become a best-selling author. Just slap a review like "the book that made all of Japan cry" on the back, and you'll get hit by a storm of rave reviews from naive dumbos who got all invested in it. I was so moved, I've never felt so bad for someone, and stuff like that. And then, the royalties will come flowing in. Then after half a year, they'll make a movie out of it. Doesn't that sound just swell? All you've got to do is let Nanamichi die here, and you'll be on your way to a life filled with sunshine and roses. So, which'll you choose? Will you stay here giving it your all, only to die and lose everything? Or will you shoot for the sunshine and roses?
Oh, interesting. Okay. That was just, okay. Not too bad. I don't wanna die. Well, that went a lot different. Can I skip this? Yeah, okay. Well, that went a lot different than I thought it would. Okay, I can't remember if I did this one. I don't think that we ever did do this one, because I just thought, girl in the room, can't ever hit this one, so... think we need to see what this is. Regardless, why had I been brought here? If Hazuki-san was here, then that meant this was my normal hospital. It wasn't like me being brought to a general hospital was particularly weird, but something still didn't feel right. Why was Hazuki-san coming to check on me? That question really bothered me. I mean, Hazuki-san was a psychiatric nurse.
If Hazuki-san was coming to check on me, didn't that mean that the room I was in was also used by psychiatric patients?
All right, let's see. Oh no.
Dude, don't do the nurse thing. Please. Please.
I must say, you really did give me a fright.
Hazuki-san's eyes widened, and she moved in to study my face closely.
I didn't expect you to wake up, Nishijo-san.
Huh? She made it sound as if she hadn't expected me to wake up. That's literally what she said, but okay. Was she disappointed? Was she trying to say that the world would be better off if a piece of garbage like me just stayed asleep for the rest of my life? When she said that to me, I really did start to wish I'd never woken up. But then, Hazuki-san gave me an explanation that was far different from what I'd imagined.
You have been in a coma for nearly a month now. The reason why this may be is still unclear to us.
What the heck? A month? When had I... What's today?
Before I tell you, I want you to take a deep breath, okay? Today is October 28th.
October 28th. That checked out. At least, with what I'd remembered. Which meant that it'd been a whole month since I'd witnessed the crucifixion. I was at a loss for words.
Oh no, I should really go inform the doctor. This isn't exactly the time to chat as I take your temperature. Please, wait here. I'll be back with the doctor right away.
After she finished rambling at me, Hazuki-san bolted out of the hospital room in a panic. An entire month? I was in a coma for an entire month? I stared down at my palms, mumbling that to myself in a daze. That meant that everything that happened in the past month had all been a dream. I couldn't believe I got slammed with the "it was all a dream" plot twist. But strangely enough, it didn't bother me. In fact, when she told me it was all a dream, it made everything surprisingly easy to understand. There was no such thing as D-swords, or turning delusions into reality, or whatever else. All of it fell apart the second I actually thought about it. It had all been an illusion, a simple delusion that I had created. I was pretty sad that meeting Demi had just been a dream too, but I wasn't being hunted by Shogun. I wasn't Japan's favorite punchline. And Nanami hadn't been kidnapped either. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. My vision blurred, but when I looked upward to hold back my tears, Hazuki-san entered the room, and her eyes widened upon seeing me.
I see you've woken up, Nishijo-san.
A gentle smile accompanied her as she'd said that. My confusion rushed back. I froze. Oh, dude, he just straight up delusion. Okay, that's weird.
How are you feeling?
Hazuki-san held out a thermometer to me so naturally, I couldn't help but take it.
Could you please stick that under your arm for me?
As I took the thermometer from her, I gulped. It's the same. The exact thing from before was repeating. It was as if Hazuki-san had just walked into the hospital room for the first time. I nervously reached for the thermometer in my underarm. I was sure I had put a thermometer in there just a minute ago, and yet there was nothing there. The thermometer had disappeared. Had it been just a delusion? When did the delusion end and reality start? Was me being hunted down by Shogun and becoming Japan's favorite punchline reality? My mood instantly took a turn for the worse.
And that's it, right? Yeah, okay. Huh. Weird. Alright. I don't remember what this is. I don't remember what this moment is, so, but I'm sure I didn't hit green, so here we go.
I had no reason to come to school anymore. My one and only reason was gone. I really was completely alone, just like I'd always been. I'd always been completely and utterly alone. I started to cry inside my head. It took everything I had just to keep myself from crying in real life. That was all I could do to try and at least maintain some semblance of pride. But that was all it was. A semblance. I tried as hard as I could to just keep my head down, grit my teeth, and stay in my seat. Even though I didn't want to hear them, I could hear all of my classmates talking. I wanted to run away, but I was too afraid that would only make things worse. Every last one of you should just die. I had nothing left to lose, so why not just die doing what I love to the very end?
Which would be, in this case...
For example, wrapping my arms around one of the girls in my class and whispering dirty things ripped straight from an eroge in their ear.
Oh, of course.
If I could actually do that, I'd go straight to class in the morning to get in some public humiliation roleplay. While only half paying attention, I looked around the classroom. Who would be a good target? A cute girl that wouldn't put up much of a fight sounded ideal. The DQN witches were already out of the question. Even though they were all mere high school students, they all wore way too much makeup, rendering them not even remotely attractive. Oh, I know. Maybe the transfer student would be a good choice. From a glance, she looked to be quite docile, and her entire body gave off the aura of a lolly who was typically the #1 target of bullying.
Dude, not freaking Kozue! What the frick?
Additionally, she also had a clumsy girl attribute, which was super moe. Really, she was already virtually a 2D character. Yes, perhaps she really would be a good choice.
No! Not this! I don't want to read this!
I stood up in a relaxed manner. The aura surrounding me had changed. Even the people who had been ridiculing and provoking me were startled by my sudden movement. In the end, you guys are all talk. But I'm different. I'm the type of man who acts. And now it's time to prove it to you. Without saying a single word, I made my way over to the transfer student's desk. No. She was sitting hunched over in her seat, face down. Noticing me approach, she looked up at me quizzically. For some reason, she already looked like she was about to cry. I then quickly grabbed both her slender arms. I then began to pull her toward me. She tried to resist me with her feeble strength. She alternated between looking at me and looking at her surroundings, her confusion written all over her face. It was clear she had no idea what to do.
No! No! Not Kozue! Not freaking Kozue! She's one of my favorites, darn it! Don't you freaking... Gosh dang it! I hate this so much. Why are you making me read this?
I brought her in close and wrapped my arms around her quite forcefully.
Ew! 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 No! Ew! Why? 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 No, dude! Why? Why is this real? Oh, get it off my screen! Get it off! I gotta read quick. I gotta read quick.
Her body really was incredibly frail, to the point where I thought I might break her if I was too rough with her. She trembled like a chihuahua in my arms. But man, did she smell good. I nuzzled against her head, the top of which barely reached the bottom of my chin. I buried my nose in her soft hair and sniffed it. Make it stop! The transfer student was so terrified that she couldn't speak. Then again, I hadn't seen her talk even once before this anyway. She was struggling and wriggling around in order to try and escape from my grip, but the strength she put forth was pitiful. I didn't exercise normally at all, but even with zero muscle mass, I'd easily been able to subdue her. The DQNs around me, likely taken aback by my strange behavior, were all frozen in place. As the transfer student shook her head back and forth, I ran my tongue along her earlobe. Ew! Her delicate body squirmed in my arms. Ah, what a delicious reaction. More. I couldn't get enough of it. I was getting more and more aroused. I decided not to think about the consequences, instead just choosing to follow through with my inner desires. First, the dirty talk. I was going to make this timid transfer student say something indecent. Sexual desire was something else. Make it stop, please! Oops! I skipped that. Frick me. Okay. I want you to say, pussycat. The transfer student's face reddened. She shook her head even more desperately than before, tears welling up in her eyes. Say, cockroach. Her reluctance only served to feed my sadistic desire even more. Please! Say, cock-a-doodle-doo. Oh,
Cock-a-doodle-doo!
what the frick? Huh? What the frick? Oh my gosh. Why me? Man. This game. Gosh. Why? Well, let's forget about that last one. As I slouched farther and farther into my seat, I tried to make the transfer student perform a number of humiliating acts in my head. I wasn't gonna hold back anymore. If my life was going to end anyway, I might as well have a little bit of fun before it did. The more I thought about it, the more I felt the urge to do it. Maybe the moment I did something reckless like that, the simulation of the bad end would end, and the world would then reset. Okay, this seems like stuff we've seen from the... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. Huh. Wow, dude, why me, though? I mean, for real. I have no other words. It just sucks. Like, I'm just a broken record. I say the same thing over and over. There's no content to be had here. It's just pain. Anyway, here's the next one, and this is probably gonna suck too. So here we go. Green.
About 5 minutes.
What? There it was again. I'd heard it again. I thought someone I knew was nearby and was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't see anyone that fit that description. Darn it! Where were all of these auditory illusions coming from? And why were they all happening today?
It's not an illusion at all.
I see. It was a delusion. Of course, that includes the bloody DQNs from earlier, too.
It really isn't a delusion.
It has to be a delusion. It's just like Saratan, my waifu who lives only in my head.
Kozupi doesn't remember becoming Nishijo-kun's waifu one itsy bitsy bit. Come on, you can't be fooling around with other girls, Taki. I want your eyes to be only on me. you big dum-dum.
Serotan is still my waifu. Nothing's changed on that front. Besides, I don't have any memory of some dumb blonde character named Kozapi.
Huh? Dumb blonde type? Type? But... Kozapi's really not a hallucination or a delusion at all. Not even a little bit.
Then who's talking? No way. Could it actually be the timid transfer student standing in front of me? When I thought that, the transfer student gave me a small nod. Huh? There's just no way. What just happened had to be just a coincidence. Maybe I'm mistaken, and it just looked like she nodded at me.
Kozapi said... Kozapi is Kozapi.
There's no way any of this is true. I'm not a telepath. Not even close.
Unyu. How does Kozapi get Nishijo-kun to believe Kozapi?
What the heck is an unyu? For some strange reason, the transfer student looked sad. Dang it. Now even I'm getting somewhat depressed. If what you say is true, Kozapi, then prove you're the transfer student.
Prove?
What are your measurements? Gosh! Dang it!
Nishijo-kun's a pervy pervert.
Why are you smiling at that? Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling? Maybe that's embarrassment. I'll take it as embarrassment just for my sanity's sake. So you can't answer then. That means you really are just a delusion.
Oopie. Problem is, Kozapi's never really measured all of her measurements never before.
Well, then just give me your bust size. Just a general estimate is fine. Gosh dang, I hate him so much.
But that's embarrassing.
The conversation unfolding in my brain was getting way too perverted. Maybe it was time to dial it back a bit.
Around 37 centimeters.
Why did you answer him? Why? Duh. It is true that the new student's chest is flat as a board, so that part's consistent, at least. Incidentally, I'm partial to tiny breasts, too. Gosh dang it! Stop making me read this! I hate going through these positive delusions, dude. I can't. My brain is frying, dude. All I can say is stop. I just feel like I'm playing the freaking JonTron meme on repeat in my brain. It's the only thing. It lives rent-free in my head now because it's the only thing that's left. My brain currently is like the freaking SpongeBob episode where the bunch of little SpongeBobs are in his brain just burning all the files and everything, and they're trying to like figure out like, where's his name? We gotta have that name. And it's just like everything everything was burned and thrown out for the sake of just freaking sanity's sake. Gosh dang it. For some reason, the transfer student's face was a deep scarlet. Her already petite body got tinier and tinier as she made herself small. This is a coincidence. It was just a coincidence that the voice and her reaction were in sync. It's not proof of anything.
But Kozapi answered what Nishijo-kun told Kozapi to.
Well, yeah, but I have no way of knowing your actual bust size. And I'm sure you'd just ask someone to arrest me if I tried to measure you myself.
Unyu.
Okay, then how about your birthday?
That one's super easy. November 13th.
Well, there's no way for me to confirm if that's true either. If I could on a whim go up to some 3D girl I'd never spoken to before and ask her, hey, when's your birthday? I would have become a normie a long time ago. When I thought that, the transfer student that had been hanging her head suddenly started fishing around in her bag. She then pulled something out from inside it and thrusted it toward me with tears in her eyes. It was a student handbook. one that was practically brand new. Upon flipping open the cover, I saw a photo of the transfer student's face, the name Orihara Kozue, as well as her date of birth. But out of the three, what had really caught my attention was the date of birth written there. It was November 13th. Huh? You're kidding. Oh, right. I should check the name. The transfer student's name, according to her student handbook, is Orihara Kozue. Kozue. Kozupi. There's no way.
Yeah! That's what Kozupi's been saying all along, way since the beginning. It's Kozupi.
Could this somehow not be a delusion? This voice is her?
Nishijo-kun, are you okay, Z's?
The transfer student, her head still hanging downward, glanced up at me and pointed at my face. Her fingertip was trembling.
Your nose is going dribble dribble.
Wait a minute. So that's it, right? Yeah, that was it. All right. Well, that was a little funny. It had a little bit of funniness to it, but gosh dang, why? Oh, geez. How do you make this whole sword thing a good thing? I wonder. Okay. I guess we'll find out.
The shape was far too different than the ones Senna and Ayase possessed. And yet, even so, the aura about its body was the exact same. It was too sinister to be called a board. It was too unaffected to be called a sword. It possessed a pure, unadulterated savagery, one which intermingled with its destructive nobility. She held it in the air with incredible ease.
Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. I just have a feeling. Please tell me I'm wrong.
Where in that tiny body was she hiding that kind of strength? From the looks of it, that thing has to weigh at least 5 kilograms. Kozupi, having literally read the question in my head, turned to me and smiled bashfully.
Kozupi is an android that was created all so she could protect Z's Takumi-shan.
Sorry? Had she just said android? What kind of anime plotline was that? Ignoring my disbelief, Kozupi clenched her hand into an adorable fist.
Takumi-shan, you can be relieved now. Because Kozupi is gonna bing bang bash all the baddies that are targeting Takumi-shan. And here's a super duper fun fact. Kozupi also has a maid function.
Are you freaking real right now?
That's why Kozupi wants to live together with Takumi-shan. That way, Kozupi can take good care of him.
I see. That would be convenient. I was willing to accept that Kozupi was an android on top of everything else. That is, if she fulfilled one non-negotiable condition. Would you happen to have a functionality that would allow you to perform sexual acts? Gosh, why? Why? For whatever reason, I said all of that very formally. Also, what the crap? What did I just ask her? While I wafted on whether or not to apologize to her, Kozupi's cheeks turned bright red, and her eyes shot downward. Huh?
Kozupi can do naughty things too.
Stop!
Kozupi will try her hardest to service you at nighty-night time.
Please, I'm begging you, please, stop.
Ah! Holy crap! A maid with combat abilities and the ability to perform nightly services? What kind of an oge is this?
She came enhanced with perhaps too many optional features.
Japanese technology is the best in the world! Why? My pain. This is taking like years off of my lifespan, dude. Oh.
While I was having that idiotic delusion, Kozupi waltzed around the store like she owned the place, her footsteps light and bouncy. She didn't even attempt to try and hide her sword from the people around her, acting as if it were the most normal thing in the world. It'd been the same with Senna. She'd also been lugging around a gigantic sword in the middle of Shibuya with no regard to the people around her. Kozupi was way too calm. Both her and Senna really were crazy. That has to be it, right? Yeah. Alright, I believe we already did this green one, so we don't need to do this. I'll just skip through here. Oh, no we didn't. Oops. Well, I guess we didn't get to read the forefront of it. I really thought that we did that one. So, I thought this is where she says, I won, or whatever, doesn't she? Like, or something. I can't remember. Huh, okay. Senna pursed her lips, and then she nervously accepted the popsicle.
Thanks.
I was lost for words, astonished. I would have never imagined that I'd ever get to hear Senna thank me. Likely unaware of my surprise, Senna glanced at me,
You're a nice guy.
muttered those few words quietly, then immediately looked away. Was it just me, or had she been blushing a little bit just now? Well, she'd given me an honest thank you, which was enough to make me reevaluate her a little bit. I'd originally just thought that she was scary and nothing else, but she actually had a cute side to her.
Senna-shan's face just now.
Kozupi spun around in place, peered happily at Senna's face, and then at mine.
It looked like Senna-shan was all lovey-dovey for Takumi-shan. Kozue? What the heck are you? Your face went all blushy-crushy. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Oh! Did she have any idea what she had just said? The mother of all tsunderes! Blue-eyed Jun's signature catchphrase!
I started to grin out of sheer glee, and Senna's finger shot in front of my face.
Don't you start grinning too!
I had never seen Senna act so adorably agitated before. I was starting to feel a bit mischievous, so I decided to test her. Do you like Crunchy-kuns?
There's something wrong with that?
Which part of them do you like?
They taste good.
Is that all?
And he's cute.
While she was still sullen, Senna then said something that was incomprehensible to me.
Cute? Cute!
What the frick?
Had she just gendered a popsicle? And also, how could popsicles be cute? Or even uncute?
I'm not talking about the popsicles themselves. I mean Crunchy-kun himself. He's cute.
Oh, she was talking about the mascot. Cute?
His chestnut-shaped head. It's the best. It makes me want to hug him and nuzzle his cheeks.
The expression on Senna's face as she spoke reminded me of a maiden in love. Well, different strokes for different folks, I guess.
More importantly, you are.
Is that it? Yeah, there we go, that's it. That was actually funny, I like that one. Wow, one good positive delusion, dude. Those come far and few between. Holy crap. All right, back in the container house with Demi. Here we go. After hitting me with such an unreasonable demand,
Demi sat down on the sofa. Please, don't do it again. Please, I beg of you. I'm begging you. Please. Just be wholesome. Can you do that for me? Be wholesome for once. Be wholesome. No lingerie. No getting naked. No none of that crap. Okay? Just wholesome. Something sweet. Something nice. Something that makes me smile. Makes me happy. Please? If I tried to have a one-on-one conversation with a 3D girl, it would be over in seconds. Since I'd had a lot more chances to do so recently, I still doubted I'd even last 5 minutes. Moreover, my head was already fully occupied with the stuff about Nanami, so I very much didn't feel up for a casual conversation. And so, I resorted to just ignoring her. I sat down in my chair, all while remaining painfully aware of my own worthlessness. We may have done this one before, let me see. Ooh, don't remember this though. Let's find out. Nope, we did not. I sensed Demi moving behind me. The rustling of her clothes was growing closer. Hey, don't ignore me.
Oh! That's kind of wholesome. His eyes are kind of far apart, but this is kind of wholesome. Oh my gosh, who'd have thought? What the heck?
Before I had the chance to turn around, I was embraced from behind. A gentle floral scent hit me. My back was struck by the soft sensation of Demi's breasts. Don't do that to me. It's lonely without you. I must have been running away from reality again, giving myself a delusion that was a lot easier to swallow than the real world. Upon thinking that, the sheer emptiness I felt overpowered any lust I may have had, and I was no longer able to enjoy the delusion anymore. Rather than taking her and pinning her down on the bed, I decided to throw out all the things I could have only voiced in a delusion such as this. I was lonely too. It was so hard, not being able to get a hold of you for that entire week. I could feel the movements of Demi's body directly against my back. Her chest faintly rose and fell with her every breath. As obvious as the fact may have been, it reminded me that Demi truly was alive. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. Demi tightened her embrace around me. I still had doubts deep inside me. I didn't know what to do. So I thought that maybe I should think it over for a little while. Huh? Doubts? Like what? What could she have been talking about? About whether it's really okay for me to stay by your side at all. About whether I should really let this relationship go on. But I know that if things keep up like this, everything will go wrong, and I won't be able to save anything. Hey, Taku, in the beginning, I only had one wish. One single wish. But while that might have been true once, why do I keep wishing without end? When I found that sky, I had no idea what Demi was talking about, nor did I know how to respond to it. Silence enveloped us. I could hear Demi's gentle breaths close to my ear. But no matter how long I waited for her to end it with some silly punchline, none ever came in the wafting silence. Was it possible That this wasn't a delusion? The moment I considered that, a wave of anxiety ran through me. In reality, Demi was hugging me. She was pressing tightly against me. That realization alone nearly destroyed any sense of reason I had. I had a feeling that, in a situation like this, if I pinned Demi to the bed, she'd let me have my way with her. With a gulp,
You've got mail, you big dum-dum.
Oh!
What was that?
Oh, so that must have been the real way that it was supposed to go. Like, that's the... Like he said, like, that wasn't a delusion. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Demi let go of me in surprise, and the tender sensation vanished along with her. A complicated mix of both relief and disappointment spread through my chest. Wait a second. Demi had just heard my Sataton notification tone. Oh, crap. How embarrassing. Right, okay, so this is when we're at the hospital with Miss Me and Demi for Ayase, so... Don't know what this is gonna be. The hospital room had an area of around 10 square meters. There was a toilet to the right of the entrance, and there was a bed near the back. The setting sun shone through the window on the other side of the room. Ayase wasn't in the bed. Based on how the sheets were a little messed up, it looked like she had been there until very recently. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fear. Panic. Where the heck'd she run off to? Who knows?
Well, guess we're gonna have to wait till she gets back.
The moment he said that, Miss Mikun started rummaging around the room for some reason. He didn't even have a shred of decency. Is he gonna freaking panty raid her, dude? Is this gonna be the freaking Mr. Krabs episode of SpongeBob where he freaking... Oh my gosh, there ain't no way! Right now, it wouldn't be wrong to refer to this as Ayase's room. A number of her things were lying around, and mixed with the smell of antiseptic was that nice scent you could only find in a girl's room. Just kind of bursting into it while she wasn't there felt like we were peeping right into her private life, and I didn't feel very comfortable with that. We shouldn't... We'd be better off waiting outside.
I'm only taking a quick peek. Come on, don't tell me you're not curious. About Fess's private life, I mean. Don't lie, man.
Oh, okay, sure. Ayase's personal life was a total mystery. Surely a quick glance wouldn't be so bad. Miss Mikun wasn't showing even an ounce of hesitation. Urged on by his bold attitude, my mind swiftly changed. I turned to look at the door to make sure no one was coming, then turned back toward the room. Feeling my heart thump hard in my chest, I started with the bed. I took hold of the slightly ruffled sheets. And then, having no idea what to expect, I gently turned them over. And what I saw was something beyond imagination. I freaking knew it! I'm so freaking smart when I don't want to be, dude! Gosh dang it, bro! Oh my gosh, I knew it! How did I call that? Gosh! Why? Oh my gosh. Man. Hidden beneath the sheets was lingerie. A full set of lingerie. A pair of purple panties were scrunched up haphazardly. They had very clearly been taken off recently. This wasn't brand new condition. This was wholly and entirely used. And this was a private room. From that, one could only glean that Ayase was the only one who could have worn these. This is so smexy. Why? I hurriedly turned to check on Miss Mikun. Fortunately, he was too busy flipping through a magazine to have noticed my shocking discovery. I returned my glance to the underwear. I gulped. My throat was dry as a desert. My trembling fingers, almost entirely on their own, reached toward the underwear. Feeling my pulse getting quicker and quicker, I, ever so softly, touched them. For some reason, they felt squishy, physical. Something wasn't quite right about this. Takumi, those are my family jewels.
What the frick? What the frick? Serves you right. Serves you right, you little perv. Oh my gosh. No frickin' way. Why? That's what you frickin' get.
Check it out, Taku. There's some weird stuff over here. I suddenly realized Miss Mikun was calling me. I was standing in the corner of the hospital room. The bed sheets weren't turned over, and there was obviously no sexy lingerie in sight. Phew. It'd been just a delusion, huh? It ended with an extremely horrifying twist, so I'd make sure that memory remained forever sealed. He had taken a magazine from high up on the shelf and was staring at it fixedly. I think that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Frickin' serves you right. Yeah, then we got this one. We're actually in the room, and Ayase's here with us and Miss Mikun. So last time, the negative delusion had Miss Me killing her. And then the normal one, I forget. It was kind of whatever. And then, so now, this is scary. I don't know what this is going to be at all.
Gladiole. I remembered that name. I'd seen that term back when I'd first been researching D-swords. It seemed that D-sword was a term used in literature and pseudopagrapha. Did I read that last time? Gosh, I don't remember that word. Anyway, relating to the legend of Gladiole, or more specifically, a sword in it. I wasn't really sure, though. As I continued to think, Miss Mikun quietly got up and started to walk toward me. I'm afraid. I'm always in fear. He went to go right past me, but just before he did, he put his hand on my shoulder. I'm gonna head out. Take her down, Taku. My gut tells me you've got some hope with Kishimoto.
Huh?
What? Flashing me a mischievous smile, he left the room. And of course, that meant that the only ones left in the room were me and Ayase.
Oh no! No, not this! No!
Silence. Despite having been going on and on about all that schizo crap mere seconds ago, Ayase now hung her head in complete silence. Her hands gripped the hem of her shirt as she rolled it up toward her, then straightened it back out again, then toward her, then back again. I guess I had to say something? But I had literally no idea what the heck she'd been talking about. Oh, here's an idea. Since I'd come here to visit her in the hospital, I could give her a few words of sympathy about her condition and call it good. But considering she'd been put in the psych ward, I couldn't exactly just ask her about her condition. What was I supposed to do? If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have left with Miss Mikun. Takumi. Hearing my name made me jump. Ayase raised her head, then held out both of her hands to me. Come.
Huh?
Huh?
Come here.
Unsure of what she would do if I refused, I took a very confused step toward the bed.
Closer.
Urged on, I took another step. Our hands touched. Then, taking hold of them, she swiftly pulled me in. She lowered her head once more. She stared intently at my hand. No, please.
You saved me. I owe my life to you.
That wasn't true at all. I just saved her by chance. Nothing more. Not to mention, I didn't even know whether I'd actually created that flower bed in the first place.
Thank you.
Ayase's voice was shaky. Was she crying? Hmm? Huh? I felt a warm sensation on my fingertip, and when I looked down to see what it was,
No! No! Come on! No, I didn't predict that one. No. I didn't predict that one. I thought they tricked me. They actually tricked me that time. I thought maybe it was gonna be kind of sweet. I thought she was gonna actually be like, I thought it was just gonna show them in the bed like side by side, and she was gonna be like, thanks for helping me. Gosh dang it. They lulled me into a false sense of security. Why? No.
for some reason I couldn't comprehend. My index finger was inside Ayase's mouth.
Huh? What? Stop! I don't think I can show this, dude. I don't think I can show this.
I felt something soft and warm touching my fingertip. It wriggled and coiled around my finger, then slipped in one of the gaps between nail and flesh. How exactly had we gotten to this point? I was more confused than ever, but I didn't have it in me to resist. It just felt way too good. I was now entirely at her mercy. All she was doing was licking my finger. So why was it so...
Stop! Oh, what the frick?
The pleasure suddenly switched to a sharp pain. Ayase had bitten my finger. Hard.
Ah, ow, 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 ow! Stop! Stop! What the frick? What is happening?
It felt like she was biting right through to the bone. That was how painful it was.
Gosh, why, dude?
I frantically tore my hand away, and eventually managed to free it from Ayase's mouth. Her bewitching laughter filled me with fear. I quickly went to check the bite wound on my finger. You know, they say that a human bite is the most dangerous because there's more bacteria in a human being's mouth than most other animals or something like that. That is what I've heard. It's actually very dangerous to get bitten by a human being. So he probably needs to get a rabies shot or whatever the equivalent is for the human disease. It shone with Ayase's thick, slimy saliva. Blood dribbled from the tooth marks. But the blood wasn't red. It was a sinister black.
The color of your blood is the proof that you are a Black Knight.
What the frick, bro? Why?
By having a delusion like that, I was somehow able to endure Ayase's insane psychobabble. I hadn't paid attention to a single word, but Ayase didn't seem to notice. She simply continued to talk about how Gladiol did this and Wicked Hearts did that, all while having a very serious expression glued to her face.
Is that it? That is it. Oh my gosh, dude, I can't freaking take this anymore, dude. I'm short-circuiting. I can't do this anymore.
My brain can only handle so much lewd for one day, dude. It can only handle so many scenes like that I have to read aloud. Oh, gosh. Why? Why? I really did dodge many bullets. I really did. You guys tried to trick me. You tried to tell me to keep doing, like, just a mixture of delusions, and if I'd have listened to you, I'd have freaking gotten bipped. At least I'm getting it all out of the way at the very end all at once. You guys are mean. All right, here we go. Here's this one. This is, last time Ayase came out and tried to kill us with her D-sword, so I guess, we'll see what this is.
Well, darn. I must look pretty stupid for trying so hard to hide it. But yeah, when I went to the rooftop, I bumped into Kishimoto-san. I then just kinda asked her something that was on my mind. But what I said seemed to ruffle her feathers a little bit.
What did she ask? Well, what was on your mind? Oh no! Oh no! Come on! Please! Give me a break! Give me a break!
I wanted to know what she was to Taku.
Huh? What did she meant by that? Whoa, seriously? A declaration of war?
Well, I guess you could put it like that.
Demi looked bashful. Her gaze darted back and forth between me and the ground.
So when I said, I won't let you have him, well, I got a big slap to the cheek. That's what you saw.
Awesome. A sweet catfight filled with girl-on-girl action. Miss Mikun rustled my hair. Hey, Taku! What you gonna do? What you gonna do, huh? What was he getting at here? I didn't really understand. Actually, it was more like my mind had gone completely blank. She just confessed to you, dude! Now's your chance to go out with her! Grinning, Miss Mikun suddenly shoved me forward. Caught off guard, I stumbled. And Demi was right in the line of fire. As per the laws of physics, I ended up with my arms around Demi.
Sir! It's okay.
My heart was pounding. Demi's body was so soft and warm.
Taku,
When I tried to hurry up and get off of her, Demi wrapped her arms around my back. She nervously brought me in close, hugging me. Electricity ran through me at Demi's surprise attack. In our moment of intimacy, her tender warmth transferred straight over to my body. I wanted to keep feeling that warmth. I wanted Demi to be mine, and mine alone. Taken over by those feelings, I hugged her supple body back. And right as I did, a silhouette standing beyond Demi's shoulder entered my field of vision. Oh no. Oh no. It was Ayase, D-sword in hand, looking at me with an expression of bitter hatred. While I couldn't hear what it was, I could tell she was mumbling something. I gulped. War was looming. Blood would be reaped without mercy. And the moment I realized that, I knew I had to escape as soon as possible. Oh, that was it. So it just turned bad at the end. All right, well, that wasn't so bad. That was the wholesome I was looking for. That was kind of wholesome. Come on. All right, yeah, more of that. None of the freaking finger sucking. Oh my gosh, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna make him suck some toes next or something, dude? Please, I don't even want to put it into the ether. I'll freaking turn that delusion into reality or something, dude. They're listening to me right now. I'm able to predict these things. I don't know how it's happening, but dude, that freaking sucks. Hey, Taku! Enough daydreaming, dude. Let's move. Miss Mikun was calling for me.
Themi also waved at me from beside him. Blinking in a daze, I examined my surroundings. I was definitely not embracing Themi. Ayase was nowhere in sight. I thought my heart was gonna explode. Yeah, I could do without the catfights. Yanderes should just stay in the realm of 2D. I don't want anything to do with someone actually like that. Taku! Move your rear! I hurriedly chased after the two. Oh man, dude. Holy crap. Alright, then we got this one. So this is when he asks her to come. I think we've done this before. This is when he says to come to his house or whatever. Did we do this? I feel like we did this before. No, I doubt I would have. Unless, well, it could have been in one of the other routes, like ending B or whatever, Crying Sky or whatever. Okay.
What is it?
I was thinking of heading back to my parents' house now, actually.
Now? That's kinda sudden.
It shouldn't take more than half an hour to get there on foot. And I want you to come with me. As I made that request, I was so nervous, my heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I was even somewhat surprised that those words had managed to come out of my mouth at all. Asking someone for something. It was something I'd never been able to do before now.
And she says yes, right? And it's wholesome? Right? Please?
Okay, sure thing. So, does that mean you're gonna introduce me to your family?
Hey, that is wholesome. What?
Themi peered at my face with a somewhat mischievous look.
If I'm going to your house, I'm gonna end up seeing them, right? I was just wondering what you intend to do about that. So, how about it?
Wasn't that an event that only came after you started dating? Themi and I weren't a couple. At least, for now, anyway.
Hang on, what did I just said? For now? Was I seriously thinking we had a chance at ending up together?
Yes, Themi was really nice to me, but at the end of the day, I was an otaku freak. There was no getting away from that. No chance in heck was it ever happening. No point in even hoping for it to. Quit being such a conceited loser, Takumi.
Taku? Come on, what's the plan?
Oh, I mean, how was I supposed to answer that? Telling Themi that I'd introduce her would be expecting way too much. But saying I wouldn't introduce her would probably hurt her.
Oh, for goodness sake, this is driving me up a wall. If you're not gonna give me a straight answer, then let me make it easy for you. Introduce me!
Okay! Caught off guard by her, I nodded in spite of myself. But Themi seemed perfectly satisfied with my answer.
All according to plan.
A familiar voice reached my ears. Surprised, I turned to where the voice had come from, only to find Nanami hiding in the shadow of the container house, smiling.
Nanami?
Why was Nanami here? And that happy smile on her face. It was worlds away from what she'd been like over the phone. Almost like she was a completely different person. Bewildered, my mind went completely blank.
He says that a lot.
And yet, despite my confusion, Nanami trotted over to me with a spring in her step.
Aw, look at that. That's kind of cute.
Yay! Yay!
And gave Themi a high five. Huh? But why? She was acting almost like they knew each other. I'd never heard anything about the two of them being friends.
Were you surprised, big bro? Truth is, this was all a strat Themi-san and I cooked up.
Strat?
Exactly. Also known as Operation Make Big Bro and Themi-san's relationship a reality. Since you're as dense as a bag of bricks, and it didn't seem like you were gonna pick up on Themi-san's feelings anytime soon, I decided to help her out.
You're kidding. Then, your hand being bandaged up, and that phone call from before, they were...
All part of the plan. Man, you were so worried about me. It took everything I had not to burst out laughing.
Nanami laughed without even a hint of guilt. My anger flared. This freaking witch!
Sorry, Taku. It feels bad tricking you like this. You don't need to apologize, Themi-san. It's his fault for being such a blockhead.
I fell to my knees, crestfallen. I was filled with anger and frustration. Anger at being deceived. Anger at being treated like an idiot for actually worrying about Nanami. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand how Nanami had decided to do things. But rising above all that anger came a certain feeling. One about all my worries being unfounded. One about Nanami being safe. Not only safe, but more lively than ever. My feelings of ease and relief toward those things were far stronger than any anger I could have had, and the suffocating threads of tension coiled around my body were cut away in an instant.
Taku, you okay? Hey, don't be so down in the dumps, big bro. Come on your feet. After all, we've got to go introduce Themi-san to Mom and Dad. Time for us to all go home. Together!
I couldn't believe how much of a brat my sister was. Making a fool out of me. Her own brother. Time and time again. Although sulking somewhat, I reluctantly rose to my feet. Themi and Nanami both smiled joyfully, then grabbed one of my hands each. Pulled along by them, I sent off. I had a hunch that things would get pretty fun from now on. Like a peaceful, bright future was ahead of me. And it's all gone. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound pierced my ears. One that sounded almost like a woman's scream. It brought me back to my senses and forced me to realize that Nanami's showing up, her strategy, were all just a convenient delusion for me. Is that it? Yep, that's it. Okay. So this is also probably going to be no more delusions, Taku, right? Let's see.
At least 4 delusions synchronized then. Yours, mine, the new-gen culprits, and...
Like I'd believe that! Before she could continue, I cut her off. I then covered my ears and closed my eyes. This is all a delusion. Yeah, it has to be. It's a delusion, just like always. And? Is it? Let's see. Yep. Is it just no more delusions, no matter what? Yep, no more delusions, no matter what. Dang. My mind, still trying to delude itself, was forcefully ripped back to reality by Themi's words.
Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to erase you, Taku.
You're gonna kill me? A chill ran down my spine. My perception of Themi, the girl I'd thought would save me, was rapidly spiraling. Now, she was turning into someone completely unrecognizable to me. I think that's it, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, how can you make a positive delusion out of wanting to kill yourself?
Or wanting to in Minecraft, to wanting to game end yourself. There we go. That way I can stay YouTube friendly.
Maybe it was for the best that I died. There was no value in a fake being alive. I was worthless. Even if a monster did try and live in this world, they'd just end up being persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. My existence itself was repulsive to people. I wanted to be freed from all of this. If I died, I'd be free. After all, there'd be no more need to think. There'd be nothing more to suffer from. There'd be no one to laugh at me. There'd be no one to betray me. I wanted nothingness.
And?
With my own 2 feet, I took a single step forward. Or at least, I intended to. But my legs didn't move an inch. They wouldn't do it for me. And before I realized, my knees had started trembling. I couldn't gather the courage, despite how much I wanted to die. The fear of death wouldn't allow me to take even a single step forward. I wanted to die, and yet, I also feared death. I didn't understand. I couldn't grasp my own feelings anymore. Did I want to live or die? Which was it? I wanna die. I clenched my teeth, closed my eyes, and repeated to myself, I wanna die. But, just as I feared, my legs wouldn't move. Seeing the steel cars pass by so quickly, the thought of getting run over by one of those high-speed weapons came to mind, and my body froze completely. But I wanna die. In the end, I sank to the ground. And what should have been the end of it all, I finally got to know how much of a wuss I was. How much of a spoiled brat I was. I ended up thinking about what would be most convenient for me. If I can't move from here, what if a car skids on the road and runs into me on the sidewalk? How nice it would be if some act of God like that had me die.
Wow. So that was still dark, he just didn't actually go through with it. Interesting. Oh yeah, and then we had this one, I forgot. Okay, so what's this one? This is, oh, this is when he goes to grab Sataton, right? Yeah, okay. So, I guess we'll see what this is. This is kind of, oh, this could go really bad. Oh no. Despite that, she was all I had left. Themi had left me. I didn't know where Nanami was. Senna had attacked me. Kozupi hadn't protected me. Yua was my enemy. And Ayase was hospitalized. These were the only girls I knew the names of, and none of them would do anything for me. Reality was harsh. It didn't give a crap about a monster like me. With my trembling hands, I tightened my grip on Sataton. Then tighter. Then tighter. Tight enough to break her. I wanted to disappear completely. Uh-huh. And? Hey, found all the positive delusions. Positive person. I think there's still one more after this, though.
Even if you don't disappear, you haven't had much of a presence up until now anyway, righto?
I felt a sudden pain deep in my chest. To think, even Sataton would say such horrible things to me.
Oh, hush up. Forget horrible, it's the truth. And despite you saying you want to disappear, you nearly spring a leak just from me reading you like an open book. You got real carried away this past month, Taki. You started to talk all normie-like with people around you. especially girls. Even though up till then you had no friends and you stayed shut in your room all day. But if you look on the bright side, you'll realize that if you just use your brain a little bit, all you've got to do is go back to how you were.
Go back?
Yeah, go back. Going outside and socializing is a big no-no. And trusting people? Even worse. Who cares if you're real or fake or whatever else? No one can prove that either way. You should just look at me and me alone for the rest of your life. You were more than happy with that before, righto? It's all because of those girls that came up to you that you stopped feeling like that. So you should just stay away from those nasty old hags. No two ways about it.
So that's how it is. The ones who'd gotten involved with me were at fault. It was their fault. Demi's and everyone else's. Not mine. I'd become a shut-in again. Starting with Sadaton, I'd live here surrounded by my waifus as a person with no name. An anonymous existence. Sounds good to me. What about you, Sadaton?
You know it, Schnookums. I'm the only one for you, Taki. I'll make you happy.
Sadaton spoke cheerfully from within my grasp, and I was hit with a strong sense of disgust toward myself, who had made her do so. I'm such a freaking disgrace. I wanted to die even more than before.
Huh. Interesting. Wow. Okay, and this, I think, is the final delusion. Even though the other thing gave me an achievement already. I think because the patch is here, it's showing me more CGs and more routes than what the censored version on Steam would be. So I think that's why it gives me the achievement before I'm actually done. But anyway, this should be the last one. So here we go.
For revenge!
Where's the person who's gonna kill me, Seda?
Right in front of ya.
Right in front of me? The tremendous crowd on this cold autumn night. Just what kind of festival could make so many people gather here, to the point of there being no room to breathe?
Now, what could this possibly be?
Everyone was focused on me. I braced myself for it to happen again. Being verbally abused, laughed at, humiliated. My legs froze as I recalled the trauma from back then. And yet,
You got this!
I'll be rooting for you.
You can do it, Nishijo-kun!
Go forth and show us a glorious death.
so young yet so brave.
We'll never forget you.
We'll watch it to the very end! Show me you're a real man!
The onlookers' reactions were different from last time. Rather than insults, everyone was hitting me with kind words of encouragement. I was so confused. I had to blink a few times. Were they cheering me on?
Well, of course. What did you think the festival was for, you big dum-dum? Everyone's been waiting for you, Taki.
Before me, a pathway showed itself in the center of the crowd of people. They formed an arch with their arms, urging me to go through. It was just like an elementary school graduation. Past the many arms was the entrance to O-Front, and so I nervously started heading toward it. As I walked, words of comfort were thrown my way without end. Once I stepped inside O-Front, even the Tatsuya and Starbricks employees greeted me with applause. Courage gradually came to me. Courage to finally die. Oh no. The rooftop of O-Front was just as dark as last time. I gulped. Reminded of what had transpired the last time I'd come here, I hesitated to move any farther for a moment. Even after gathering all that courage, I was made painfully aware of how much of a wuss I truly was. No matter what happened, that would never change.
I always believed you would come back.
Suddenly, a wheelchair creaked. And together with that noise, just like he had last time, Shogun showed himself. He was wearing the Darth Spider helmet today as well. But Shogun wasn't the only one here.
You stepped up to the challenge one more time. I'm impressed. You're an awesome possum, Takumi-san. Thanks to you, Nishijo-kun, I found courage too. You are an agent of consummate sublimity, Takumi.
Oh, where's Dimi? Senna, Kozupi, Yua, and Ayase. All of them stood in a line, smiling at me.
Let us all leap forth together. Us and you. So, there's no need to be scared.
On both sides of me, Kozupi and Ayase took one of my hands each. But it wasn't just us that held hands. Senna and Yua joined us too. All 5 of us stood hand in hand. Was this a recreation of the group dive? The crowd down below, watching us with bated breath, clapped in unison. It was as if they were giving us their blessing, extolling us. Oh yeah, it is kind of like the group dive, isn't it? Same amount of people, wasn't it? 5 people? I think it was 5 people, but interesting.
Farewell. I won't forget you.
Shogun waved us goodbye with his slender hand. Then, Kozupi and Ayase pulled me in, as if they were inviting me to frolic with them, as if they were inviting me to dance with them, all while they had the most gentle smiles on their faces. And so, without feeling even an ounce of fear, I, ever so smoothly, was able to dance away into the air. Oh. Such thoughts came to mind. How wonderful would it be if I could die such a happy death? And yet, in the end of it, too, had been a delusion. The path of people in front of me was real. The path that seemed to guide me forward. But no one was making an arch with their arms. Everyone looked at me, but their eyes were cold and sharp, staring daggers at me with what felt close to murderous intent. Everyone was out for blood. No one had been waiting for me. No one had given me their blessing. All the energy they'd had back when I'd humiliated myself atop O-Front was gone. The reality was, I probably wouldn't be able to die a happy death. But I already expected that even before all this. Even so, it didn't matter to me. As long as I died, it didn't matter. As long as someone killed me, it didn't matter. And so, as I laughed and laughed, I walked through the path between the people. When I looked up, I realized that all 4 of the enormous jumbotrons were showing footage of me walking through the crowd. I was sure that, just like last time, this was a national broadcast too. If the viewer rate was even 40%, I would die while being watched by approximately 48 million people. The death of me, who was no more than a delusionary existence. The death of me, who had no value whatsoever. The death of me, who was wholly and entirely worthless. Is that what you all want to see? Well then, congratulations. Here you go. It doesn't matter either way to me. As long as I die, I don't care how many people see it.
And so that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. And I think that does it. I think that does it. Is there anything? There's nothing at the end. There's really nothing. That really is it. Why? Why? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that was it. That is all of Chaos Head. We finally did it after all this time. Oh my gosh. It was a race to the end for me there at the end. So I guess I'll give some final thoughts, probably retread a little territory that I've already tread, but yeah, the main two things that I take away again that I think are good about this game are the concept of the delusion machine and delusions being reality. Like the whole things that they were playing with that, when they were actually going into the scientific elements of that, you know, and the whole what was that called? The all the crap that Bond was doing. I can't even think right now. I've been hit by too many positive delusions, quote unquote. My brain is fried. I can't even think anymore. I'll probably put it on screen what I'm thinking of. The GE rate. Just hit me. You know, when they were talking about the GE rate and how the freaking ghetto froggies were like part of making people's emotions be higher at different points and stuff. And then how like the delusion machine works and how it could be used, and like that was all cool. And then having Takumi be like this allegory for human, like all the things that are wrong with humanity, all of the basically evil of humanity in many ways, all the vices of it, or maybe is more accurate, was really cool because it was good for like a form of self-reflection. But dude, the rest of the story, like with that true ending of it just being like Demi being like, I can't kill you, now let's look up at the sky as it turns blue. I just feel like it doesn't undermine, it neuters all the rest of the endings, all the rest of the stuff that we saw. Like, it doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, I don't, like, yeah, we stopped Noah 2 and all that. Okay, cool. But, like, what did that mean? Like, what happened after? They needed, like, an end credits sequence or something to say, like, this is where all the characters are. So if Chaos Child does not pick up from where this left off, or at least give closure to the things that happened in this game, I can't say I really liked it all that much, honestly, especially having to deal with freaking Takumi that whole time. That was rough. I did that for a year, guys. A whole year. I've been freaking voicing this trash character. But, yeah, that's gonna make it not really worth it. There's so many things that like, you know, that never fully got explained, right? Like, okay, as much as I would hate it, like, sure, Bond's dead, but then what happened to Momo, right? What happened to Momose? What happened to well, I guess we know what happened to Senna's dad. He died. Okay, that did happen. So he gets killed one way or another. But we don't know what happened to Momose. We don't know what the voice was at the end of Senna's end, which I was assuming was Momose. I feel like there's a lot that's just left undone, just like Steins Gate Zero. So, like, I don't know, dude. I'm really hoping Chaos Child really puts it all together. Oh, man. But that was quite a ride. That was quite a ride. I hope that the next game doesn't have as many delusion type stuff like that just kind of don't really matter. That was another thing I didn't like. I hate that the delusions meant nothing. It was just to get extra scenes, and that's it. That's it. There was no reason. It didn't, like, affect the story. It wasn't like a choice, you know? It didn't even mean anything because it was just a delusion, right? At least in Steins Gate, when you went a different route, you actually did alter time, you know what I mean, for that route. And so that ending had consequences that mattered to that ending, and then that was it. But, like,
I mean, technically all the routes that we take when we take each of the girls' endings is technically its own ending and therefore its own consequence, but it's all just kind of delusion based, you know? Like, nothing about Gladiol really mattered all that much to me, you know? And they never had all of them come back together as like 7, you know, Black Knights like freaking Ayase said they were supposed to. So that was left undone. That was something that had been alluded to that should have happened and it never happened. You know what I mean? Like, you could say that they kind of got together when they were on the street, but it wasn't all of them. We didn't have Nanami at that time, and I don't think we had Dimi either, so it doesn't really count to me. So that was a thing. It just like, you know, I don't know. It just feels like there's so much that doesn't really matter. It was like built up, and then it just anticlimax just ends with like, I can't kill you, look up at the sky, and that's it. Like, there's nothing more. And I think it's just because after seeing, well, now Planetarian, for one thing. Planetarian is just like a perfect visual novel. It's short, it's sweet, and it tells a beautiful story. It didn't take me a year to get through it. It took me like, I think, a couple months. And that was only because I was doing other games and other things at that time. So recording and then actually like editing it was hard to do. But like to spend this long, which technically, I mean, I'm doing videos, so it shouldn't have taken me a year if I wasn't doing videos and, you know, doing stuff outside of doing those videos. But like, just as long as this is supposed to be, which by the way was supposed to be shorter than Steins Gate, which was a lie. That was just a flat out lie. There is no way this was shorter than Steins Gate. But it just, you can't do like that much stuff and then just have it kind of just like end, you know, like just with no real true resolution. Yeah, you stop Noah too, but none of the characters got resoluted, like none of them almost. You know, like we had Senna and she's like, oh man, I do love my dad. Okay, cool. And that's, you know, whatever. And then you was like, oh man, I might be me or I might be my sister, but technically if you don't take Yua's route, you don't really know if that's actually Mia or not. So is it actually Mia in the real like ending, or is it not? I would say the assumption is yes. But like, so I guess maybe that kind of got like worked out in that route. You know, I don't know. And then again, Bond just dies, and that's just it. He's just gone. And so it's like, I don't know. It just feels very without, and that's sad when I've played games like Steins Gate, or like I said, Planetarian, but going to Steins Gate now, where everything felt very well knit together by the end. Like, they had an end credit scene to say what happened at the end. They didn't even really need it, to be honest with you. Like, they could have ended it without that. That was just nice to have. That made it satisfying. That made it fully satisfying. But, like, the actual ending, like, the true ending felt like, oh, this is a great finisher, and it's poetic and all that stuff. This one had some of that poeticism, you know, with Takumi being like, I'm a monster. And so it's, the monster is actually stopping the world from being saved so that he can save a girl. There's some amount of poetry in that, and it probably has something to do with the sin of mankind and stuff, since they were talking about stuff like that and whatever, and, you know, selfishness versus selflessness and whatever. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It just feels very without. And again, like, this game didn't do as well in trying to get me to care about all the characters as Steins Gate did for me. Or Planetarian, again. I'm just going off the ones that I finished, out of visual novels I've finished thus far. But, like, I cared far more about the characters in those other two games than I did in this one. Because Takumi's hard to relate to. I mean, okay. He's relatable in the sense of being like, if you self-reflect, then you can say, yeah, we're all a little bit like Takumi and all that, right? And maybe in some other ways, there's, you know, you can say, oh yeah, you know, I like anime and I like whatever. Okay, but for the most part, he's insufferable. Let's be honest, he's insufferable. No one wants to be Takumi, right? Like, no one actually, like, wants to, like, relate with him. You do kind of more ironically, like, more like, ah, crap, yeah, you got me type of a deal. Like, oh, yeah, I deal with that. Or, yeah, I have paranoia. Yeah, I have lust issues. Yeah, I have whatever the thing is that he's dealing with. You know what I mean? He's not a character I care about all that much. You know what I mean? And then all the girls, it's just like, none of their stories feel like truly complete. And since we were jumping from so many different ones and we spent a lot of time in the container house, I don't know. It didn't feel like we had enough time to really get to really care about them, even though I like Kozue, and I do like Senna, but I like them only to a certain degree. Like, I don't like them as much as I like the Steins Gate characters. Like, none of them beat Mayuri at all. Like, not even close. And Kuritsu and Suzuha, like, they don't come close to those characters, because those characters were so much, I feel like, better fleshed out. They had more depth to them and more actual, like, prominence in the story, where this one, they kind of just felt like tagged on. They didn't really feel necessary. Their swords came in at the true ending, but they didn't, you know what I mean? Like, so what does that really matter, I guess? I don't know. It feels goofy by the time you're done, when it's like, wait, all that just kind of didn't mean nothing, huh? So I don't know. I'm sure I probably have more that I'm not thinking of right off the top of my head right now. I think I just rehashed everything that I said in the original, you know, true ending when I did that. But if I have any other stuff to say, you'll probably see it in the comments below. So check down there if you want to see anything else that I have to say, if I had anything else to say. And let me know what you thought of this game. Let me know what you thought of the entirety of Chaos Head Noah. Tell me I'm just blatantly wrong. If you think this is the greatest game ever, I need to know why. Just at least explain it to me. Maybe I'll agree, maybe I won't, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll see something that, you know, maybe you can show me something I'm not seeing. But as far as I can see, man, it's just, it was hard to get through at a certain point. And I forgot exactly where. I think it was after the first ending is when it started feeling slow down. And I was like, oh man, this is gonna be a while. But I really started feeling it at around like Yua Ayase's ending. I was kind of like, all right, let's hurry this along. I'm kind of getting done with this. I want to move on. Yeah, so if I'm missing something, then let me know, you know, like, let me know what this game means to you. Let me know what you got from it. Let me know if you like it more than Steins Gate. Let me know if Chaos Child is any good. I'm curious to know if I'm going to end up liking that or not now. That's apparently some, like, out of the whole Science Adventure series, Chaos Head typically, between that one and Steins Gate, Chaos Child, between Chaos Child and the original Steins Gate, those are the two that people seem to like the most. But I see a lot of people that say Chaos Child is even better than Steins Gate. It's just Steins Gate, I think, got more popularity, especially because of the anime, because a lot of people felt like the anime stayed true to the story, even though it's kind of like a rushed version of the story. But whereas Chaos Head and Child, I think, had sucky adaptations. But so I've heard that. I've heard it's good. I'm hoping it is. I like this whole idea of the delusion thing. I want them to do more with it. I want it to actually, like, be more focused on that element than what it was, you know? There's many times where it just kind of feels like it's kind of just wandering. The story's just kind of wandering at different times. It's not focused. When it starts getting focused again, then you're kind of into it again. But it just has many tendencies to just kind of rabbit trail into things that I don't super care about. Or if I did care about them at the time, based off of how the ending ended, they don't mean anything to me anymore. You know what I mean? So there were many times, I'm sure, where I was like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I wonder what that's gonna be. And then nothing came of it. And so now I'm like, yeah, that kind of sucks. So I don't know. I don't know what they were going for. I don't know what they were trying to do. Hopefully Chaos Child will be better, and hopefully it won't take me as long to get through it as this one took. But I guess with that, thank you all so much for watching. And I really hope you enjoyed this playthrough. It had its moments, you know. It had some moments, but man, it ain't no Steins Gate, and it certainly ain't no Planetarian. So anyway, I guess from here, I will see all of you in the next video, or series, or whatever else I do. So God bless, and peace.